Hello, everybody. Welcome along. My name is Benjamin Bloom. This is the Benjamin Bloom Football Channel. Please leave your bias at the door and join us for the penultimate Saturday super stream of the season. We are up to round 45, and in the championship, by God, everything could be done today, couldn't it? We are starting off with Sheffield Wednesday versus Nottingham Forest. Simply put, Sheffield Wednesday, they need a 4-point swing on Derby. If they do not better Derby's result this weekend, they're down. Ergo, if they lose, they are down, Sheffield Wednesday, in this opening game. That does still leave Rotherham in the hunt at 3 p.m, but an absolutely key match here between Forest and Sheffield Wednesday at Hillsborough today. Let me know if you can see me, hear me loudly and clearly. We'll get into the teams. We're going to watch along Sheffield Wednesday and Forest with plenty of interaction from you guys. Then we will do the teams for the 3 o'clock games. We'll get to them at around 2:30. And then in the 3 o'clocks, we will see if Norwich are going to become champions. We'll find out a little bit more, possibly, about who's going to play who in the playoffs. Not that anything can be 100% sorted today, given 3 teams are all tied up on 77 points. And we will still have relegation interest, especially if Sheffield Wednesday can win against Forest in the 12:30 kickoff. By 5 p.m, it could all be done. Rotherham currently need a 4-point swing on Derby, 7-point swing on Huddersfield. If Rotherham don't win, then Huddersfield is safe. If Derby win and Rotherham lose, we are done. Everybody's dead, Dave. And next week, I don't know what we're going to do. An entire round of beach ball, and we can just have fun in the chat and figure out who's going to play who in the playoffs. That is the situation. Hopefully, many cats will be placed amongst many pigeons between now and next week. We at least potentially have something to play for. Remember, Rotherham also play on Tuesday, the final game in hand of the championship season. They play at Luton. Let's just do a quick couple of plugs and we'll look at the teams. Thank you, as ever, to David, a very relaxed Watford fan today. Watford have done their bid in the Premier League again next season. David sponsors Super Streams, fan of the channel, happy to support. Great content. Thank you, David, for your brilliant support all the way through the season. And thank you to all of the people that support over on Patreon, patreon.com/Benjamin Bloom. Absolute lifesaver for me. I know we're starting to open the world up right now. I haven't had a job since June. I've been doing this pretty much full time. What's with that one loose hair? Is that a grey one as well? Oh, I need blooming camera brings it up in reverse. So the Patreon side of it has been invaluable, as has the Super Chats. You too can support via Super Chat any point in the stream. I can see loads and loads of comments coming through. Hi to everybody. There is a couple of Super Chats there. Thank you, Stefan. Amazing. He is the king of the bin. I think we can join Russ and Stefan together. Thank you, both of those guys. Great supporters. Or Russ can have Pedant's Corner and Stefan can have the sin bin. Both Russ and Stefan have been very kind all season. Thank you very, very much for the support. Cheers. Everybody will drink to you. I'm on the hard stuff today. Too much Shiraz last night. Bad news. Bad news. Trying to wake up this morning. That Fly's going to be fun, locked in this room with me for the next 5 hours, isn't he? Right, team news. There we go. For Wednesday, we can tick that along the bottom as well. There is the Wednesday team up on your screens. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that may well not be the shape. You might be able to shove the back four all across one and put Reach at left wing back and Harris at right wing back. I suspect that might be more likely. What we'll see, but we know there are the names. Westwood in goal. We suspect Palmer will play right centre back. Hutchinson and Vaughan will be the other centre backs. Reach left wing back. Harris right wing back. Then you have a double pivot of Bannon and Pelupessy with Windass and Green supporting forwards for Callum Patterson, a scorer of beautiful goals. Always, isn't he? We love Callum Patterson. On the channel, Darren Moore, you can see manager. Is he back today? He's not been well at all, so hopefully we'll be seeing Darren Moore today. Wildsmith, Dunkley, Ergaheed, Brennan, Shaw, Hunt, Dele Bashiru, Kachunga and Rhodes are on the bench for Forest, who, of course, for those people who believe in wild conspiracy theories, can hinder their local rivals Derby here by not playing very well today. They have Samba in goal, Christie, Worrell, McKenna, Ribeiro, Yates and Garner, Knockhart, Cafu, Kravinovic, Graben up top. On the bench for Forest, Smith, Mbesa, Bong, Jenkinson, Dawson, Myton, Colback, Murray and Taylor. God, how many championship appearances there? Murray, Colback and Dawson, particularly those three. Bit of experience. Again, for the first time of many times today. It is fairly straightforward, though, in this opening game. Forest are safe and on the beach. We only need to look at Sheffield Wednesday. So Sheffield Wednesday need a 4-point swing over the next two games on Derby. If they do not better Derby's result this weekend, they are down. So whatever Wednesday do in terms of, particularly in terms of if they draw, Derby no, then a win does the business later on against Swansea. All makes sense. Get your predictions in for this one in the chat as well. Oh, and very egotistically, we can update this particular ticker that we have out from time to time to say we've gone over 15,600 subscribers. Now, that's moved beautifully and quickly. Also, keep me in touch. I can see on my iPad up above the TV in the office here, Palace and Manchester City. So if anyone's watching that, keep us updated on that. No dearly departed games per se at 12:30. We do have Brighton and Leeds at 3. I'm sure we'll have plenty of people tuning in to that. I do believe the Derby game is on Sky, so I think we'll go for that over Soccer Saturday. And, well, we'll see what happens in this game as it pertains to what we're going to be doing in terms of coverage throughout the day. This is the Saturday Super Stream. Let's say hello to some of you guys in the comments. Liam, John, a Rotherham fan, could see his side go today. James, another James, Jake, Adam, Edward. Let's see if any cats get released today. We'd hope so. Afternoon to Charlie, QPR forever. Now, I have to wish a happy birthday to QPR forever's mother. Sheila, is that right? Today, Gareth, Dubai Canary, Mr. E, Leeds 2021, Cormac, Ada Costa's got a KFC and Benjamin Bloom. That's tremendous. Wonderful stuff. Beautiful graphs and spreadsheets. Russell, have I shouted out everybody here? Jamie, Phil, what else have we got? Thank you again for the 2 super chats. I'm just whizzing through all of these. William, Jay, Jim, Amanda, top Red Dwarf reference there. He destroyed me, Norman Lovett, at a comedy gig. I'll tell you that story at half-time or something. I was on the front row for a Norman Lovett comedy gig. The guy who's in Red Dwarf who says everybody's dead, Dave. Never, ever even look at a comedian in a gig. They will kill you. Please, pigeons, don't relax yet. There we go. Afternoon to Charlie, Owen, Chris, Robert, Scott, Ryan. Brilliant stuff. Hello, everybody. Just a really quick one. I'm sure he won't mind me bringing it up. We had some really bad news. Our friend Charlie, who we know the battles he's had with his health, had some really crappy news again earlier in the week. So I know we've been here before and he's fought it before and we thought he'd beaten it. But very bad news for Charlie that he's going to have to go through all of that again. So, guys, if you can just send your best wishes either in the chat here or to Charlie direct. But we're all behind you, Charlie. I know we get into the goals and the football here, but none of it's really important compared to that sort of stuff. So if you can get your best wishes to Charlie in the chat. He was tough as nails last time and he beat it. So we got our fingers crossed for him. See if he can do it all over again. Come on, Charlie. We are behind you, my friend. Everybody on this channel. I know we debate and we agree and disagree about football, but like I say, it's not really important. 100% of us are behind you here. So come on, Charlie. Go get that dreadful health problem again, my friend. Thank you guys for your best wishes in there. Come on, Charlie. You can do it. You've done it once, as Alf Ramsey said. You've beaten them once. Now go and beat them again. So yeah, good luck to you, Charlie. And we're all here for you. We're only ever a DM away if you need that type of support. Right, let's get into this then. Saturday Super Stream is about to begin, and very simplistically, if Sheffield Wednesday lose this game, they are relegated. We can keep it that straightforward in the 12:30 kickoff here. It's all about Wednesday in this one, and we'll see how things transpire during the day. Brilliant stuff. Thank you guys for all those best wishes to Charlie. There's literally so many, I can't put them all up, but he's our friend and we've got your back, Charlie, for sure. Right, we have kicked off in this one. It is Sheffield Wednesday versus Nottingham Forest, our first game in the Super Stream today. If Sheffield Wednesday lose, you're going to hear me say this a lot of times, if Sheffield Wednesday lose, they will be relegated. Here is Krissy into Worrell. Chris Hughton's not the opponent you want to go up against because, well, we know what his teams are like. They can be awfully tricky to play against sometimes, can't they? But Wednesday, they just have to win, don't they? Worrell plays into Garner, who goes round the corner to Krissy. Krissy just has it taken off him by Kadeem Harris, who's appeared on the left-hand side there. We'll just have a look as it pertains to the team shape. I can see, is Callum Patterson over on the right-hand side there? Interesting. So Patterson might actually be playing right wing-back here. He's certainly over that side of the pitch. Windass is definitely up top. We'll have a look at that. Perhaps the team shape's a little bit different than we suspected for Sheffield Wednesday. I can't see Darren Moore anywhere, so I'm assuming he's still not quite recovered from, what did he get? COVID, and then did he get pneumonia as well? Darren Moore. I know he's had a terrible time. Bless him. Get your predictions in for this one. If anyone can figure out the Wednesday team shape here. Cafu has gone down early on in this one. Harris just kind of trod on the ball in the challenge there. He took Cafu with him. And referee says foul. Quick referee check today, because I'm sure you love to bury these guys. It's referee Robinson, an old favourite. Let me just bring up what SofaScore have done. Patterson, yeah, they agree with me, playing right wing back in a 5-3-2 with Harris left. There we go. Some of us are quicker than computers, aren't we? Hey, Mark says 1-1. John says 1-1. 1-0 Wednesday. More still at home. COVID-acquired pneumonia. Oof. I don't like that one little bit. Some big clubs in League One. We talk about League One we talk about it through the course of the afternoon. Peterborough, a draw against Lincoln confirms promotion for Posh, and a fairly good journey for me to Championship games. Wimbledon are confirmed safe in League One with a draw. Wigan are confirmed safe with a win, which would obviously screw over these two teams there, Rochdale and Northampton. If either of them lose, then they are both down. And of course, with those other results I've just mentioned, with Wigan and Wimbledon, they could be down whatever they do anyway. So we'll see what transpires in League One as well today. We are expecting, with Peterborough playing their nearest rival, Lincoln, we're expecting to be announcing Peterborough will be promoted at some point today. 0-0 in this one. Free kick to Forest, who have started the better side in this opening 4 minutes. Free kick over to the left-hand side. Knockout dummies it. Garner whips it in, but that one is easy for Kieran Westwood to gather. And he bowls it out to reach. Lots of content up on the channel this week. Please do check out season reviews as they go up. Sort of 20, 30-minute videos, deep dives into every team season. And we've already, by God, done the entire top 7. So plenty of content up to watch. Here is Yates. Plays back into McKenna. Yates gets it back. Wednesday have barely been in the Forest half so far, haven't they? It's all been Forest. Worrell. Switch of play by him. It's a dreadful ball by Worrell out to Ribeiro, who would have had to been 8 foot tall and pretty good with his control, even if he was to do anything with that. 2-1 Forest. Afternoon, Zach. Upper Town. Absolutely. 2-1 Forest. Oh, dear. I'll let you away with that, Nat, because you've been optimistic Wednesday fan all season. That's not out of character. 2-1 Wednesday. 1-0 Forest, says Stephen. 0-0. Will there be fans in for the playoffs? I'm not too sure on that. Are they going to let people in? Who knows, hey? Looking forward to Bristol City review. Yep, that'll be coming very, very soon. I think you already know the narrative there down at Ashton Gate, don't you? But I think the term transitional season will be used a few times. Will Ipswich score a goal today? They're playing already relegated Swindon, so it's a nailed-on 0-0 Russ again, isn't it? 1-0 Wednesday, 2-1 Wednesday. Greetings to Hornet Gags. Reaction to Ipswich Roads link. Oh, God, there's going to be plenty of those. Yes, the fans in playoffs, not sure about away fans. Be great to have some back in. Windass down the right has won a corner. Windass and Ribeiro and McKenna are all chipping away at each other there. Be interested to be a fly on the wall. And there you go. Couldn't care if we lost 5-0 today. Lovely super chat there, Ricky. I'll just read that after the corner's gone in. Fella, as Chief Superintendent Hastings, or whatever his job title is, would say. Fella. Corner here. Bannon is going to take it with the left foot. In comes the corner, headed away by Scott McKenna. Back in it goes. It's gone loose, knocked off by Patterson. Back to Bannon. Bannon swings it into the back post. Good little tip there by Samba. And while you've got Barry Bannon in your team, and then you've got set plays, you've got a chance. Ricky, that's very kind. Thank you. Afternoon. Hope everyone is good today. Finally, a game week where I can just relax, watch football, and not worry about an impending relegation battle. Thank you, Ricky. So kind. Tony or Pookie? All-round player, probably Tony. But if I've got Buendia, I'll take Pookie for the finish in there. But then imagine how good Tony would be with Buendia as well. So both very, very good players. Hey? Here comes Bannon. Outswinger this time. And cleared away. Forrest, look at Knockout with the press in there. Chasing all the way back to Westwood, who didn't want to clear that left-footed. Did he? The wedding is off. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Hope you're okay, Elliot. Feel free to DM me if there's anything you need to talk about, fella. Sorry, I'm going to speak in Ted Hastings tones all day. Mother of God, indeed. I don't want to do my Northern Ireland accent because someone will want me to get cancelled for, I don't know, stereotyping or cultural inappropriation. Ewan, almost forgot football was on today, but that just describes my week. Some of the Watford fans have been on it all week by the sounds of it. Hey, 0-0. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Forest 0. 8:25 on the clock. Forest probably edging it, but Wednesday couple of set plays with Bannon. Now we're sucking diesel. There we go. I'm interested in one thing and one thing only. Not catching bent coppers. Championship goals. Their knockout. Clever free kick. Cafu drives it in and it's blocked. I think by Windass, who comes away with it. Bannon down the left. Oh, lovely ball inside by Bannon. And here comes Windass driving forward now for Wednesday into the 10. And Harris into the box. Big chance here. Oh, he wanted that on the right foot there. His first touch took him inside, orchestrated by Bannon and Windass there. And it's reach, wasn't it? First chance of the game, from open play of note there, fell to Kadeem Harris. To the letter of the law. Yes. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and the wee donkey. Brilliant stuff. Who do I think will win the playoffs? No clue. Let me know when I know who's playing who. And I'll give an answer there. Banner's admitted. No relegation clause. Interesting. Might be a few bids for him next season. Else he'll be having a lovely old time in League One. Like McGeady does for Sunderland, eh? Here is Reach looking for Harris. Can't quite find him. Cleared away. A good sort of minute or two for Wednesday. They're just growing into this one now. Pelupesi plays that one back into Liam Palmer. Palmer out to Patterson, who's playing right wing back. He was a right back at Cardiff until Warnock stuck him up top in their promotion season in 17-18. Long one forward by Hutchison. Good ball. Didn't go out. Reach. Reach has got a banging left foot, but that's not the best cross he will ever put in. That one. You're going like the clappers, fella. That's as good as you'll get from me. Bannon is class. Really like him. Yeah, excellent player. Up the Wednesday. I won't read the other bit, James. Is Ribeiro for Forest. Kravinovic, first time I've mentioned him. Yates, back to Ribeiro. Forest trying to get some possession here. They're not the speediest side in possession, I have to say, Forest, but they're certainly very sort of solid in terms of their team shape, aren't they? Smash the like button. Yeah, do that. Hit that like button. We're here on the Saturday Super Stream. We'll be here all day. Well, all footballing day until probably about 5:10 5. There's Raheem Sterling grimacing about something. Crystal Palace 0, Man City 0 in the Premier League. Here is McKenna. Steps over halfway. Wednesday deep. Garner knocks it off. Cafu out to Kravinovic. Good football by Forest. Kravinovic's cross doesn't get past. Patterson throw in for the Reds of Nottingham Forest. Now, Russell is 1.5 minutes behind. Let's do a time sync. We'll do one on 13 minutes if anyone's on Now TV and they're miles away from us in terms of lining up. We'll do you a time stamp. It's going to be a throw-in to Sheffield Wednesday. Patterson goes over to grab the ball. I think he's going to give it to Liam Palmer. Referee Robinson waves him back a couple of yards. We're going to do a time stamp in about 10 seconds time. And we'll be at 13 minutes. So if you want to sync up with me, we'll be at 13 minutes in 3, 2, 1, sync. There we go. How is my village town or whatever it is today? It's lovely, Anir. Although I don't want to sound like one of those NIMBYists, not in my backyard. They have now started work building a load of industrial units, and my horizon is changing as I look out my living room window quite rapidly, but I don't want to be one of those whingy moany people. All about that. Samba, good goal kick there out to Kravinovic. Kravinovic is primarily pulling out to the left-hand side here. He's got some support from Ribeiro. Ribeiro to Cafu. Cafu back to Kravinovic. Graben comes short. Dreadful ball by Graben. Out it goes for a throw-in. You can see they're just a little bit of slickness. You can see what they're trying to do, Forest. But when you watch, a Norwich or a Brentford or one of those sides that can circulate the ball a bit faster, that's probably where Forest are going to be aiming for as they go forward. Good clearance there. Knockout coming in off the right-hand side. Here comes, I think it's Harris in the shadow there. Knockout has been penalised, I think, just bumping into him. Westwood plays that one out to Hutchinson. Bannon coming into what they call it in American football, shotgun position there. He doesn't find the quarterback pass. Here comes Palmer, though, striding out of defence. Palmer wide. He's gone on into the box. Green, first time I mentioned him. Green, cross into the box. No, it's a bit of a lazy one, actually. Well blocked by Yuri Ribeiro. Bannon tries to switch to play, looking for reach. Knock-up, battling. Hutchinson takes it off him, but it goes all the way through to Samba. 0-0. There may be a bit something down the left-hand side there for Yuri Ribeiro and Phil Kravinovic. They're against Green and Patterson. I don't know. Mark my words on that one. Do we have any Forest fans? This is probably the only time you wouldn't mind if you lose, as it sends Derby closer to the trapdoor. I think we had one or two in here. Owen's normally here, isn't he? Flying the Forest flag. He said he didn't care if they lost. There we go. I can't see in the shadow whether it's reach, isn't it? Plays it. Oh, no, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Plays it down the line for Josh Windass, but it goes all the way out. Bit messy so far. 16 gone. There's Brian Laws, former Forest player and Wednesday manager, played under Brian Clough, didn't he? Laws, was he a left back? Anyone correct me if I am wrong about that. There we go. We've got Alfie in. Welcome along, Callum, as well. Great to see everybody in here. Please hit the like button. Keep your comments coming. It's on a knife edge, isn't it? Let's just bring up the live league table because we haven't been there, and we can add a point on for Sheffield Wednesday. So here's your scenario. If we do get a draw for Wednesday, Obviously, a Derby, any kind of point would then relegate Wednesday, but a Derby defeat, and then we do have ground zero next week, don't we? If Derby and Wednesday are 3 points apart, we go into the last game of the season knowing that a Sheffield Wednesday Derby head-to-head would then be decisive. Could be fantastic, couldn't it, next week? It could also all be done this week, though, couldn't it? McKenna plays it out to Ribeiro, left back, Cafu. Interesting, Kravinovic is not playing 10 today. He's out on the left. Cafu is playing 10. I guess he can drop into central midfield a bit more. And then it becomes a bit more 4-3-3-ish. The ball goes along there, headed out by Sam Hutchinson. Throw in to Yates. Forrest just keeping hold of the ball here. McKenna to Ribeiro. Yeah, it would be fun. Would be fun. A head-to-head, wouldn't it? And goal difference is currently, you love to see this. Look, Sheffield Wednesday -21, Derby -21. Could be good. Of course, if Wednesday were to draw today and Derby were to lose, then by definition, Wednesday would have a goal difference advantage going into the game. But remember, basically, if it is going to go down to a head-to-head, goal difference will be against Derby, which is kind of what you need for an interesting head-to-head if the team's got a 3-point lead. Could be really exciting. Forrest linked with Ivo Pinto. Yeah, Russell will tell you all about him. Norwich for a fair while, wasn't he? Pinto. Spent a fair bit of money on him, didn't they? Reach. Has it taken off him? Harris following up. Look at that for a Houghton setup. About 5 players swarming around the 2 Wednesday attackers, and Cyrus Christie, who was promoted last season, wasn't he, with Fulham? Wins the ball there. Been promoted a couple of times, hasn't he, Christie? If I'm getting that one right. Someone will correct me, I'm sure. Reach plays that into Bannon. Touched off to Hutchinson. Reach. Knockout closes him down. All very condensed. Forest, of course, very tight. Hard to play through, aren't they? But at this stage of the season, I'm sure if you said to Sheffield Wednesday, you're going to score a set play and the rest of the game's really going to be completely dire, I'm sure they would not care in the slightest. They've got to keep Forest out, though, up the other end. Jack, can't wait to come back down. Sounds like Allardyce is going to stay too. That might not be good news for the rest of the division. Big Sam, West Brom in a year 1 parachute payment. Wonder if they can keep Matt Pereira. Probably not. But still, you'd expect West Brom, if they are eventually relegated, to be quite the force next season. Sheffield United already down. However, we don't know who their manager's going to be. Fulham on the verge. Suspect they'll keep Scott Parker, to be honest. Nat's got his new pair of slippers on. Rock and roll, absolutely. Mark, thoughts on Rotherham's last 3 games? They need to score some goals. They really, really do. Yeah, that'd be a good fit, actually, if Buendia goes. Pereira to Norwich. Make a lot of sense, actually, wouldn't it? Here is Kravinovic battling with Bannon. Bannon does well. Knocks it on to Windass. Windass knocks it back into Hutchinson. They're so tight, these Chris Hughton teams, aren't they? Make it very hard to play through the lines. Must spend hours on team shape. Really must. Through it goes to Bannon. Bannon flip up an overhead pass there. Totally unnecessary, but it looked really good. Here is Hutchinson. Into the centre circle. And Forrester just kind of sat there saying, well, go on then, play through us if you can. And at the moment, Wednesday can't. Here's Bannon. Yeah, they're going to have to go a bit more direct. Great ball from Bannon through to Green. Patterson's up. That's a dreadful ball by Patterson. He can hold his arms out all along, but he completely over-hit that one. Afternoon all, watching the Wednesday games. Amir, is there a lack of urgency here? I just think they might be a bit scared to lose it, John. You can't win it in the first half, can you, for sure? But yeah, it's tense. Very, very tense. Give you a bit of hope. I'll give you a bit of hope, Nat. Wednesday have got Bannon. Forrester, not really the most attacking side in the league. They could score a set play and win this 1-0. There's some hope for you. Cafu. Just has that nicked off him by Joey Pelupesi. Here's Palmer at right centre-back. And these are the moments where you think, Wednesday, okay, you've just received the ball in transition. Move it quickly. And they don't tend to. Maybe we'll see more urgency, as sort of John was mentioned. Here, come Wednesday, they're down the left-hand side with Harris. Harris step over. Knocks it back to Reach. Reach crosses into the box, headed away by McKenna. Reach has got it back now. Can you get a decent ball in? Knock up, closes him down. Reach into Bannon. Bannon turns back to Reach. They've knocked it back now. Can Hutchison cross in? Bannon, brilliant back heel. Here is Reach. Pings it in. Patterson arriving on the back post, and it drifts out. And I suppose strategically, that's a good thing about having Patterson at right wing back, because when that ball's coming down the left, he's certainly decent enough in the air to go and arrive as an auxiliary player there. And looked like they'd worked it quite well Wednesday, but in the end, Forest stood up to it. Pereira will go to a mid-table side in the Prem. Villa would be a good shout, indeed. Interesting interview. Another one with Brett Johnson, on Price of Football. A lot of optimistic talk, but the proof's going to be in the pudding, isn't it, for the new Ipswich owners? Here's Krovinovic. Down the left, Graben. Nice turn by Cafu. Krovinovic drives the shot, falls to Graben into the box. Graben steps out, back to Cafu. Wednesday in shape. Krovinovic clips it in. Good hold by Graben. Graben goes down in the box. Nothing given by referee Robinson. And I think in fact the dead ball's going to go the other way. There's absolutely nothing in that, is there? Graben and Hutchinson, and not every time anyone hits the deck, contrary to what we sometimes see as a penalty, is it? For goodness sakes. Oh, now here comes Harris. Harris into the box for Wednesday. Oh, it's not a good touch again. McKenna's defended it really well, but I have to say, the two overloads Wednesday have both been Kadeem Harris going in behind. Oof. And he just hasn't had a good first touch on either, has he? And he's allowed the centre halves to get across. And he was in behind there as well. Interesting little battle down that Wednesday attacking left and Forest defensive right. Crystal Palace 0, Man City 0 in the Premier League. 30 minutes on my iPad there, so it's probably over around 32 minutes, you would have thought. This one's a tight one. There's something here for Wednesday. They've got to keep the concentration, though. They've got to not let Forest pick them off. Remember the state of play as things stand. Sheffield Wednesday, over the next 2 games, need a 4-point swing on Derby. If they do not better Derby's result this weekend, they are down. Ergo, if Sheffield Wednesday lose this game, they will be relegated. A Forest win will relegate Derby. Callum Patterson's not very happy that throw-in went Forest's way rather than Sheffield Wednesday's way. Here's Graben. Good play by Graben there. Comes short and gets it wide to Krissy. Poor ball by Krissy looking for Knockaert. A couple of Fulham loan players there. And Wednesday play on here with Hutchison. Bannon coming right short between the centre halves to make the play. Gone direct in the front. McKenna wins it back for Forest, who in turn give it straight back to Bannon. Bannon to Reach. Harris is in behind again into the box. He swipes at it and shanks it over the bar. Definitely something down this left-hand side. He was onside. It's really poor again from Harris, actually. Feels like I'm piling in on the one player here, but all of the best openings for Wednesday have come down that side, and he hasn't quite had the quality yet, has he? I would think Chris Hughton's probably getting quite cross with Cyrus Christie as well, who just keeps getting caught down in that right back area. It's just a simple one in the channel from Reach. Okay, Reach is a very good passer of the ball with that left foot, isn't he? But Forest own goal bingo. A 38th minute own goal predicted by Callum there. Lovely. Bannon, again, they're playing that channel. He's well overhit. That, though, Bannon, and Samba comes out and grabs an easy ball. 30:50 on the clock. Wednesday 0, Forest 0. Absolutely nothing in it yet. Let me bring up the numbers and you will see. 57-43 on the possession to Forest. No shots on target for them, only the one for Wednesday. No big chances, just not a lot in the game so far. We get different types of end-of-season games, don't we? We get the on-the-beach specials where everyone's having a lovely old time and there's loads of goals. We get the kind of end-of-term damp squib ones. And we get these sort of ones where obviously it would be a lot more tense if there were fans in the ground, but where nobody really wants to blink first, do we? And despite the fact that Wednesday have to really get the win today, don't they? That will really push things and put the pressure on Derby at 3 p.m. They also know that if they lose, they're down. And they know that a 0-0 with 5 minutes to go, they can go for it, yes. But if they lose that, if they go for it and lose, they are relegated. So it's really on a knife edge for Wednesday in terms of their sort of approach to this one. Green, which just slips over there. I was going to say goes down. Garner is trying to find Kravinovic, not a great ball. And it's Hoyt clear. I think we're looking at those central midfielders, particularly Garner and Bannon. It's going to take something from one of those guys to play through the sort of defensive-ish setup from both. McKenna leaves that one to Samba. Yates tries to play through the lines there. Kravinovic does well to control a bit of a tricky ball. Kravinovic clips that out to Krissy, closed down by Harris. Krissy comes inside and over halfway. And again, we have Forest knocking the ball about. Sheffield Wednesday back in shape and going nowhere fast, really. Kravinovic give and go with Ribeiro. Cafu's supposed to be 10. He's come right short into a deep central midfield position. Krissy to Knockhart. Knockhart, really poor ball by Knockhart. They've just given it straight back to Wednesday. And Windass to Reach, who powers forward down the line. Graben's gone with him. Graben's done really well, actually. Wins the ball back. Not sure what Reach was trying. He sort of ran past it and then flipped the ball back. Now here comes Graben. He's done really well, actually. He's got no support in the box whatsoever. Here comes Cafu and Kravinovic. Graben tries to just float it in, but given Graben's work down the right, and I mentioned in the build-up, Cafu's supposed to be 10 and he's miles behind the play. He had no one to cross it to. Here's Yates. Yates with a... I want to start piling in on this game. Yates with a pretty poor shot and it drifts wide. What we got to remember is that there is a school of thought here that says 0-0 is actually okay for Sheffield Wednesday if they want to trust Swansea with their league status in the next game. Obviously, want to go and win the game, wouldn't they, Wednesday? But they can draw this one 0-0, and then we do get ground zero next week if Swansea beat Derby later on. But it's a risky strategy when they know that a victory would put a ton of pressure on Derby at 3 p.m. Bannon goes diagonal. Easy for Samba in goal. Afternoon, Matt. We'll have to do something, Matt. Excellent channel over there. Who wouldn't love a Wednesday Derby grand finale? Well, I think you've answered it there. Yeah, Derby fans. But yeah, could be good. Could be good. Could not happen. This is poor. You can tell Forest are on the beach and really CBA Wednesday have to want to win this. I know I totally agree with what all you guys are saying, but they can't go gung-ho because it's Chris Hughton. Forest will just nick a goal and then sit in and Wednesday will get relegated. So there is that knife edge, isn't there, for Wednesday? Maybe we'll see them up the intensity in the second half. Now, here comes Knockhart over halfway. He's got Kravinovic outside. Knockhart tries to play it through to Cafu. Just over hits the ball through. Looked like the ball was on early to Kravinovic as we watched the replay. And just held on to it too long. Made his life more difficult than he needed to, I think. Have Wednesday been in the relegation zone all season? Possibly. I don't know. Surely they must have been out at least once, mustn't they? I suppose with the -12 and then the -6, they may have been. Yeah, they could be one of these teams that is only in the league position they're in for the last 5 minutes of the season or whatever. But hey, them's the rules, isn't it? It's a race. And if you're ahead at the end of the race, you know what that means. Here comes Cafu down the left. He's in behind Pelupessy. Excuse me. Palmer slides in, wins the tackle, expects to win the throw-in as well by referee Robinson. Gives it to Forest. Kravinovic takes it quick to Ribeiro. Ribeiro stands on the ball. Crosses in. Karate clearance there from Pelupesi. And the ball's not sticking up top for Wednesday, is it? And Worrell has it at the back. JR, I think Wednesday have been out of the relegation zone on 1 or 2 occasions, but were short-lived. Indeed. Jonathan, a Hibs fan. That's a rarity. On the channel, of course. Enjoy the championship. Thank you very, very much, Jonathan. Tell us any Hibs players we need to look at. Was John McGinn Hibs? I can't remember. Often some decent players playing up there in Scotland. They able to be got at good prices. Knockout down the left. He's going back and forth and back and forth. He plays it back to Ribeiro, headed clear. This has got all the makings of a 0-0. We will see. Crossed in, flicked away. And Green tries to come away from it. Just not happening, is it? Was McGinn with Hibs. What a signing that was for Villa. Nice. Nisbet quality from Hibs. Interesting. Here is Reach. Plays inside to a Bannon. Palmer. Hutchinson. One of the worst passes you will ever see that. It's Borna. Completely, excuse me, undercooks that one and shanks it out of play. Had Galaxy chocolate for breakfast today. The shame is real. James, I had a bacon sarnie. It was tremendous. Unbelievable. Bannon slips that one through nicely. Knocked out to... Oh, he's offside. It looks like Andre Green and Kadeem Harris might have swapped sides. I think Windass had gone too early there. Bannon still able to find him, though. Do I think Allardyce would have kept West Brom up if he was there for the whole season? Yes, I do, actually. And the numbers tell you he probably would have. He's going to terrorise the division if he stays with West Brom, isn't he? Old Big Sam, he loves it. They will not be easy opponents next season, will they? If they come down. Here's Christie. Luton in poll to sign Scott Twine. That would be a typical Luton signing. That'd be a great one, wouldn't it? Twine from Swindon. I'd love to see that one go through, actually. Especially if they cannot, Luton, get Kiernan Dewsbury Hall on loan again next season. The yellow card is out here. Referee Robinson has brandished it at Liam Palmer. Brandished, good word for a musician, that, isn't it? He's just gone through, excuse me, Cafu. Good call by referee Robinson. I think that one. Ex-EFL players Newell, Irvine and Deutsch, all with Hibs. Nice. I'm learning as we go. I know nothing about Scottish football, to be completely honest. I'm sure there's plenty of good players up there, though. Over the border. Ketchup for me in a bacon sarnie, James. Although we do have you can comment on this in the chat, a philosophical disagreement between myself and Shaylee. Knockout swings the free kick in. Big lack of quality in this game, isn't it? It's almost like the stakes are so high for Wednesday that they're just a little bit overcautious. And Forest are on the beach and they want to be competitive, but they don't want to lose. And that's where we've got to. So, yeah, Shaley really prefers those little thin bits of streaky bacon. I want a big fat bit, to be honest. Harris comes forward, shot blocked by McKenna, bounces out for Garner. Kravinovic to Cafu. Cafu down the line to Grabban. Knockout's in the middle. Grabban right-hand side. Good ball back. Cafu could build up this. Cafu crosses back post. Kravinovic arriving. He puts it across the box. Grabban was there on the back post. It's a really good move by Forest there. They're moving the ball nice and quickly there. They had Wednesday chasing the tail the whole of that attack. It's a good cross. And Kravinovic should do better with that, shouldn't he? The cross curls back. Kravinovic arrives on the back post. I think he is trying to find Grabban, actually, looking at his body shape. And he just overcooks it. Could he have gone with the right foot and had a shot at goal there? Just nice to see the ball being circulated in a quick sort of attack there. But no cigar for Lewis Grabban on the back post there. Could Kravinovic have had a shot? Palace playing well, says Amanda in the... it's Palace 0, Man City 0 in the Premier League. I'm just seeing Pep going off for half-time, in fact. Yeah, I don't know. Are you another streaky bacon guy, James? That's Shaley's argument as well. It goes nice and crispy. Here's Yates. Yates plays out wide to Christie. Comes inside on the left foot, hits a shot. Or straight at Kieran Westwood. Bannon deserves a better team for next season. We'll see. There's no relegation clause in there. He may not have a choice in it, but when has Chansiri ever shifted assets at the right time at Wednesday anyway? Ostigard back to Brighton after picking up an injury. Oh, and penalty. Oh, goodness me. It's a penalty to Forest. Westwood got all askew on the edge of the box. He's yelling at Knockaert. He took Knockaert down. It was an absolute mess out from the back from Sheffield Wednesday. It was right on the edge of the box. And Westwood has been penalised. Knockaert went down. I'm just waiting for the replay. Borna played it to Westwood. Westwood completely missed his kick. It's headed back in by reach. It's so bad from Wednesday. Oh, it's a nailed-on penalty, isn't it? Knockaert knocks it to the side. Oh, is it? Did he touch him? I mean, it's a terrible challenge by Westwood diving in, but I think Knockaert might actually dive over it. Be interested to see another replay of that. What we do know is Lewis Grabban is stepping up to take this penalty. He's just struggling to spot the ball. And if this goes in, as things stand, Wednesday are down. Here comes Grabban from the spot. Saved! Oh, Westwood makes the save to his left-hand side. Wow! Goodness me. I need to see the penalty again, but they've got to defend the corner. He leans to his right. Grabban, it's not the worst penalty you'll ever see. It's fairly well into the corner. Really good save by Westwood, that, actually. There's decent pace on it. Knockaert and Westwood are still arguing away. And we're into the whole debate of whether the challenge from Westwood was bad enough that Knockaert even having to jump out of the way, is it then still a foul? Because why should Knockaert stand there, frankly, and take a potential injury from a really bad challenge from Westwood? So in the end, it's all academic because the penalty is saved by Kieran Westwood. Could be a big moment there. Oof. In the chat. We got a wow Ann here as well, didn't we? Great save as well. It was a good save, wasn't it? Drama seems a big save. By God. Definite highlight of the first 45 minutes, wasn't it? But yeah, it'd be interesting to see that the penalty call again. And, you know, even if Knockout jumps over and there's not ultimately contact, I do think it can still be a penalty because, as I said, why should Knockout risk injury if Westwood's potentially going to go through him? I've seen an advert for St Albans. I used to live that way. I know all of these places on there. Took my attention there for a second. Interesting. What a save, says Zach. 0-0 at half-time. Here are your numbers, guys, and then we can go for a bit of a free-for-all. Have a bit of a Q&A and a bit of a chit-chat. So get your topics in. We can talk about over half-time. Not a great deal to talk about, I have to say, in that first half. Bit of a strange advert choice on Sky at the moment for a football crowd, but hey, what are you going to do? 57-43 on the possession to Forest. 6 shots to 3, 2 on target to 1. 2 big chances to 0. I guess they're calling Kravinovic's a big chance there. And there is your live league table. So as things stand, we do still have the possibility of the head-to-head next week. As things stand, Wednesday will go in on 40 points. Obviously, the second Derby kick-off at Swansea, we're going to add a point onto Derby, and Wednesday are down. But if Swansea beat them, we could still get the head-to-head next week. Wednesday, of course, can really put the cat amongst the pigeons with a victory. They would go to 42 points. However, should Derby then beat Swansea, Wednesday would still be down. They have to better Derby's result. Therefore, a defeat isn't enough, period, and a win might not be enough as well. Remember, Rotherham can. You can see there, Rotherham have dropped below Wednesday for the time being. Rotherham can still catch, everybody, frankly. Maximum upside for Rotherham is still 9 points. They even catch Huddersfield, but I think we're into the realms of the unknown or the unlikely there for sure. Intent to foul. Yeah, and Phil says, thought it was a pen. Do you know what? I need to see one more replay before I'm going to commit to what I'm saying. But I think if the keeper dives through the player like Westwood did, and he has to jump over him, and there is no contact, I still think that can be a penalty, can't it? Because again, why should Knockout stand there and wait for contact? That shouldn't be relevant in the call. But we will see when the replay comes back. Is today the day Ben finally gets knighted? I'm campaigning every year, Kieran, but just get overlooked every time. Let's have your comments in at halftime. Certainly a pen, says leather sandals. Forest can't finish their dinner there. If Forest get the first goal, I'm not sure Wednesday can come back. No, it does look, Mr. E, like a 1-0 Wednesday might be the only way they can do it. Sam, don't need any final day drama. Still recovering from last year. Get your comments down. If Wednesday win, Wickham down. Wickham's future is in Derby's hands. If Wickham, they currently, and look, they're as good as down, but not mathematically yet. Currently need a 6-point and a 13-goal swing. Wickham have to win and Derby have to lose, or else they're down. Hopefully, Darren Bent and Gary Monk and David Prutton are going to go straight to this penalty call. Do let me know what... Yeah, okay, we're going to have a look at it now. Do let me know what they're saying, because obviously I can't hear them while I'm doing this. So it's headed back. It's got to be a penalty, hasn't it? Even if there's no contact, you cannot throw yourself in the box like that, not win the ball. Knockout has to take evasive action. I have made my mind up on that review. He's getting out the way of a player diving at him. There is not contact, but I still think that that's not a defence for Kieran Westwood there. I do think that that's a penalty. Fortunately, it doesn't matter. Knockout's screaming in his face, what are you talking about? But let me know what the guys are saying in the studio. Not that they normally have a much of an idea what the actual laws of the game are. I genuinely, he doesn't touch him, does he? But I do still think that's a penalty. Bannon just jumps in and clears the ball away. I think Bannon's reaction's quite telling. He doesn't. He kind of knows, doesn't he? It's a great save, actually, after the pen is given. Right. Any comments here or any topics we can talk about? Owen, definite pen. I think we're agreeing on this one. If he jumps to avoid injury, a penalty. Agreed. Locke, yes, he's watching Palace. No, De Bruyne, Mahrez, Foden, Gundogan, and Diaz. Nice. Nice to have squads that big. You can leave all those players out. Yeah, we did talk about Ostergaard briefly, and then the penalty got given Callum. I'd like to see him go and sign full-time for Coventry. Sky are picking out all the same things we did in the first half here, which means either we're doing our job well or they're doing their job well, or both of us are doing their jobs well. Kadeem Harris getting in down that side. Gary Monk would have been the player who signed Kadeem Harris, so he'd know all about it. KG half of football. I'm so glad the season is over and we can focus on losing at Norwich. There we go. Leather sandals. Every time Forest broke in the first half, there was always two men free on the left side. If Wednesday don't sort out, they're surely going to suffer. Looks like a nailed on 0-0. That will send Wednesday down. Russell only if Derby get a point. Wednesday won't be relegated with a draw today if Derby lose. So it may well be an okay result. It all depends on what Derby said. Bent said it was a Stonewall pen. Good. I'm glad we're all agreeing on this one. If that doesn't shock Wednesday into action, I don't know what will. Yeah. Let's see what the intensity says. Amanda's asking about that Saints red card. Did anyone see that last night? Did he get red carded for denying an obvious goal scoring opportunity or serious foul play in that one? Because I was at Shady's parents and the game was on, but we were all chatting and wasn't really paying attention to it. But I saw lots and lots of slow motions. But yeah, get your thoughts in on that one. Both saying nailed on pen. Good. Right. We agree. Derby's Twitter few-minute crap. You love to see it. The panel doesn't even know what we're saying. Yeah, fair enough. I suppose Westwood's argument is I didn't touch him, but I think it's fairly clear that Knockout had to get out of the way to avoid injury. More likely you're doing a good job than Sky. Pundits probably watch this stream for talking. Thank you very much, Jake. Very, very kind. Do you think Bannon stays if Wednesday go down? No, I don't. No, I think someone will take him in the Championship. One of those parachute teams will grab him, won't they? Denying an obvious goal-scoring opportunity, was it, last night? Then, yeah, where did the ball go after Vardy? I'm just trying to recall that decision. I don't have a screenshot of it. So it was Vestergaard, wasn't it? What are your views on that one last night? Because I know there was a bit of controversy again about that VAR call. Was the ball running for Vardy? Because if it was, then it is a denial of an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. And we now know if those happen outside the box, the red card is given, don't we? Inside the box. If it's a deliberate attempt to play the ball, which I think it was Vestergaard, wasn't it? The Saints player. So if it was running for Vardy to have the shot on goal, then it is probably a red card. Isn't it? Let me know what you think. I wonder if Monk is secretly hoping for a Wednesday loss. They like to get him on for the Wednesday games. I don't know, actually. He had that team in. I mean, he'll kind of feel vindicated, won't he, if they do go down, because he had them in third place at Christmas last year, but it died off massively, didn't it? Who would you sign permanently if you could only sign one of Austin or Johansson? That's a hard question. If I could only sign one, just guaranteed goals with Austin, isn't it? But Johansson's been very good as well. That's a difficult question. Obviously, they'd like both. Depends what place in the table QPR are going to be functioning in, doesn't it, next season? Do they need the goals to take them the extra way, or do they need Steph Johansson for the general pattern of play to even get to that? It's a very, very good question. Very difficult one. QPR forever. Austin should be an easy snatch from us. I think he's out of contract, won't be renewing. Austin loves QPR too, and he's stumbling block. Well, if he's out of contract, Hamza, he may have to just accept the old pay cut, mightn't he? Vardy had a chance of getting on the ball, even after Vestergaard. Opinion divided here on the Vestergaard penalty. Vestergaard was penalised for dangerous. I thought we were saying it was a denial of obvious goal scoring opportunity, which doesn't matter really on touching the ball. If you then impede the player from the next phase, maybe I should have watched this game if I'm going to comment on it. Any more questions, guys? For us to get through half time. Bit of a damp squib of a game so far, but livened up with that penalty incident at the end of the first half. Graben, really good save by Westwood after some really poor play by Wednesday to concede the penalty. Semenyo or Backinson? I'll take either. Honestly, both going to be good saleable assets, aren't they? Excellent. Any opinions on Doncaster since Moore departed? Thought they were set to join the Championship before he left. Have they tailed off then, Doncaster? Let me just bring up a League One table real quick. Actually, it might be quicker for me to do it up here. It certainly was an interesting move from Darren Moore. Obviously, in terms of joining a bigger club, you can understand going from Doncaster to Sheffield Wednesday, but there was obviously that small chance that Doncaster would go up and Wednesday would go down and there'd be ships passing in the night. God, Doncaster, man, massive drop-off, down to 13th. Yeah, so it looks like maybe he made the right call there. Question, Ben, how is, for you, how is three worst teams in the Championship? That's Bristol City. Because Bristol City scored loads of points in the first, 8-10 games of the season, didn't they? So, but yes, they have been. Josh emailed me actually the stats for Bristol City. I think they are the worst team in the league for the past 29 games. So not good at all. Do I want to see VAR in the Championship? Yeah, in the end, we need it, don't we? But there's still a lot of ironing out of kinks to be done before it's effectively working, isn't it? What else have we got? The Championship didn't follow my two-man rule on the team of the season. What do they know, hey? James, opinion on Nathan Jones saying he's not going to renew contracts on a sentimental basis. Well, I think that's dead right, James. It's a business. It's a competitive sport. I know, especially someone like Hilton scored tons of goals for Luton as they came up the leagues. We will see what happens there in the summer. But no, I don't think contracts should be given on a sentimental basis. Do you think ex-Championship managers will go to Spurs? Parker, Potter, Bielsa, Nuno. All ex-Championship managers, aren't they? Yes. I think one of them may well go to Spurs. Don't know which one, but we'll see. Jordan Rose to Ipswich this week. I don't know. We'll see what Paul Cook's got planned. He would certainly fit a Paul Cook 4-2-3-1. You'd think if they can make chances for him at League One level. Obviously, he's been on 40 grand a week for the last 4 years, so pay cut incoming if they do. I think the contract's up for Rhodes, isn't it? But we will see what happens. Knocker or Lolly? Pretty close comparison between those two. I will go Knocker, Jest. What else have we got quickly? What does that mean? Anyone guess what that means? We often get this commenting that. I don't want to read it out loud in case it's one of those ones that catches me out when I read it. But I have no idea what that means. Can Wednesday be relegated? Good question, Hamza. Let's put up the graphic one more time. That's the Wickham one. So the state of play for Sheffield Wednesday is They currently need a 4-point swing on Derby. As things stand, they're okay. But if they do not better Derby's result this weekend, they're down. Therefore, if Wednesday draw, Derby only need a draw and Wednesday are done. Remember, though, Rotherham could still catch Derby. But just focusing purely on Wednesday, if they lose, they're down. That's the nuts and the bolts of it until Derby kick off later. Right, 0-0 here at halftime. And if you will indulge me just really, really quickly, thank you for all the people who got involved in the cards plug. And Iain won the card in the end, didn't he? He's always in the chat, so nice to get a familiar face winning it. I promise it was done completely randomly. We did the spin the wheel thing. You can't have a free card like Annie's one, but God knows what's going on down here. The linesman is like looking behind the stand. What's going on there at Wednesday? No idea. 20% off your order at Cards Plug. Buy one of these bad boys. Visit cardsplug.com/Bloom. Enter discount code Bloom at checkout. Get 20% off. Make sure you go in the secret entrance though. cardsplug.com/Bloom. Make sure you get the right stats. Like I've got exactly the right stats. Look at my 95 passing. What a heroic central midfielder I would be. Hey, I think they were looking for the Forest players actually down in the corner at Wednesday there. Right, Wednesday 0, Forest 0. This is the Saturday Super Stream. He's lost his remote. It's down the back of the stand. I like that, Matt. I think Graben told Westwood which way he was going, did he? Goodness me. Can't sort this grey hair out in my hair. That's appalling. Which way does that go? Always looking at things backwards. Unbelievable. Right. We are just about to kick off the second half of Sheffield Wednesday versus Forest. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I know there is a social media blackout today. Obviously, this is my job now. So essentially, that would be me not going to work. So we've got to, we're still here today, obviously, fully in support of the fact that people shouldn't be dicks online and abuse people. So two things can be true. I'm not on the blackout, obviously, because we're here today. But obviously, fully behind people not being complete arses on Twitter and, you know, personally insulting people. Totally not necessary. It needs to be stopped. And I'm totally behind that. Here is Ribeiro. We've kicked off in the second half. Let me know at what point you want a timestamp. Here is Knockout to Garner. Garner just pushing forward to the 10. Poor ball back by Cafu, but Garner wins the slide and is switched out now looking for Kravinovic. Good play by Patterson. Headed away, knocked off by Cafu. Oh, good feet by Ribeiro. Lovely back heel. Really good football by Forest now to find Kravinovic. Kravinovic through to Knockout. This would be a hell of a goal if they score from this. Knockout out to Cafu. Cafu crosses in, flicked up by Knockout. The move's still going. Cafu, Krissy into the near post. Some really good stuff by Forest there, but no end product. Oh, what a run here by Harris. He did brilliantly then. Drove out of defence and pulled back. Who pulled him back? Was it Yates? I think he's about to get a yellow card. Tremendous work. There in the build-up. Just to clear up, this is streaming on Twitter and Facebook as well. So whilst we may not class YouTube as social media, we can't you should comment on stuff, can't you? You still abuse people on YouTube. Believe me, I get plenty of it. So let me just throw the teams up again. Just a quick reset and we'll do a timestamp as well. The yellow card did come out for Ryan Yates. Liam Palmer was also booked in the first half. Oh, here come Wednesday. Good block by Worrell. It's going out for a throw. Let me just quickly reset. Westwood, Patterson, Palmer, Hutchison, Borner, Reach, Harris, Pelupesi, Bannon, Green, Windass for Wednesday. And for Forest, Sambo, Christie, Worrell, McKenna, Ribeiro. Harris there just getting into the box and blocked out. Yates, Garner, Knockout, Cafu, Kravinovic, Graben. Worrell has stayed down. He used an interesting technique to make the block there, and it looks like he might have tweaked the top of his left hamstring doing it. He's just nodded to the bench to say that he's okay to keep going. Cross comes in, and Samba is able to grab that one fairly easily. 0-0. Let me know when you guys want a timestamp. Sorry, let's just get all of that plugged in. Sorry for my arms in the way. I just need to get the charger in the iPad. That ain't going to last all afternoon. Not at his age, hey? Here comes Harris again down the left into the box. Harris crosses back post. Not had his best game, has he? Kadeem Harris. I just feel they're safe if Derby lose. Are they? Does that mean two teams can't catch them? I can't be bothered to add it up. Rotherham can definitely catch Huddersfield. I think they're the only one. Yeah, so yeah, you would be right, actually. Good point. Whoever said that in the chat, Sam. Long one forward. Worrell gives chase. Windass goes with him. Worrell clears. I was just going to say hello to somebody who was very early in the morning watching from somewhere. But, oh, here comes Graben round the keeper's side netting. He was onside. Graben puffs his cheeks. Every time I get lost in the chat, something happens. Maybe I should do it more often. I wouldn't see a lot. There we go, Jason. First time here. Welcome from California. Who's your team, Jason? So through went Graben. Westwood does well on that occasion. Graben should score that, shouldn't he? It's not as tight an angle as I thought it was in the first instance. It's an open goal and he's missed on the near post. Lewis Graben should have 2 goals in this game, shouldn't he? He's missed a pen and stuck that one into the side netting. Oof. Harris would do my head in. Base and power, no end product. John, there's a reason these players are in the Championship and not in the Premier League. If he had that end product, he'd certainly be playing at a higher level, wouldn't he? Palace 0, Man City 1 on 57 minutes. We'll have a look at that goal in a sec. I'm a bit behind. Someone let me know the scorer. Here is Knockout, crosses in swinger from the right with the left foot. And here come Wednesday on the break. What a dreadful first touch by Patterson. He was all in on that. He does manage to win a throw-in off Ribeiro. Aguero. We're into last possible goals here for the great Sergio Aguero. I've just seen that one. Typical. what a player he's been, for goodness sake. Big smile on his face there. I think we can all get behind. He's been one of the Premier League's greatest players, hasn't he? And probably one of the Premier League's greatest moments when he scored that one against Rangers to win Man City the title. Wednesday crossing headed out by Worrell. I'm just having a look at this Man City goal. Work down the left, low cross, touch. What a goal. Brilliant stuff by Aguero, touch and just slams it into the roof. That's absolutely brilliant goal. So good it's making me laugh. Man City have just gone 2-0 up, by the way. So they're having a lovely old time there. All hail Sergio here. What a player, hey? What a player. Definite bona fide Premier League legend. Easy for me to say. Wednesday 0, Forest 0. 52 on the clock. We'll find out what happened for the second Man City goal in just a sec. Breaks on the edge of the box and just stroked into the corner by Ferran Torres. And Pep loves that. They must be closing in on the title, Manchester City, mustn't they? I'll just have a little check on that whilst Bannon knocks it back into Hutchinson. Roy Hodgson looks thoroughly grumpy about all of this. So 5 games to go now. So if Manchester United lose their next game, Man City will be champions. 80 to 67. United would only be able to get 79 points. Manchester United play Liverpool. So Man City will not be champions today, but they're going to be champions fairly soon, aren't they? Up in the Premier League. Wednesday are just hoping to stay in the Championship. And they're not going down just yet. A draw might be okay today for Wednesday, provided Derby lose to Swansea. Here is Kravinovic, Ribeiro forward. Ribeiro into Graben. Graben, good feet. Graben hits the shot and it's blocked out. Not his day so far, Lewis Graben. He should have 2 goals in this game and he commits the foul. It's good feet initially from Graben. Good block. I think, was it Borner or Hutchison? Couldn't quite make out. So Palace 2, Man City 0 in the Premier League. Man City going to 80 points. Borner. Windass. Pelupessy. Bannon to Borner, who steps up out of defence. First time we've seen him this high up the pitch today. He knocks it to reach. Right, Bannon, crossing position now. He doesn't elect to cross. He plays in Borner. Horrible first touch by Borner. He smiles and says, I don't know what I was doing that far up the pitch. And here comes Jordan Rhodes. If you give him a chance, within the width of the goal inside the box, he will score. He won't give you much else, but they need a goal. And Jordan Rhodes has scored many of those in his career. Andre Green is going off. Green was playing sort of as an inside forward with... so maybe... In fact, let's just bring up the team. That will help me figure that out clearer. They have won a corner, though. So Windass will probably drop into that position. He was playing up top and Rhodes will be the striker. So I guess Windass and Harris trying to support Jordan Rhodes now, as opposed to it was Green, who's fairly quiet, wasn't he? And Harris supporting Windass. Corner from Bannon. Ooh, flicked away at the near post. And here come Forest on the break down the left with Cafu. But halted quickly and Ribeiro has to go back into centre half. Worrell out to Christie. 56-12 on the clock. As I see the comment saying Sterling hit the post. Thank you for the heads up, Lock. Yes, I looked up and Sterling just hitting the near post. Man City are now tearing Crystal Palace. A new one, for want of a better phrase, is Cafu in the 10. Cafu knocks it off to Christie. Christie tries to beat Reach, runs straight into him. Out it goes to Kadeem Harris. Harris back in to Bannon in central midfield and Pelupessy. Hutchinson. Liam Palmer. So it's not doomsday for Wednesday unless they concede a goal. Then they are going down. However, If they can hang in there at 0-0, there's a chance, but they could go down at 5 if Derby, all Derby need to do is match Wednesday's result today. And they've still got 30 minutes. They can still get a win and really, really put pressure on Derby County, who will be watching at 3 p.m. Cafu should have hit that. Maybe he should have. Does feel like there's been a little bit of hanging on to it for too long in this game. Show some passion, Wednesday. Rhodes knocks that one off. Bannon, beautiful pass by Bannon. As he was closed down, just with the outside of his foot, poked it out. He's an excellent player, Bannon, isn't he? Of course, as I say that, he overruns it and concedes a throw-in. But the little flick round the corner was tremendous. We'll enjoy that. Oh, what a miss in the Palace Man City game. Blazed over the top from inside the 6-yard box. I think that was Torres again. It's Ribeiro for Forest. Back into McKenna inside his own box to Yates. Wednesday need a goal. They've won it back high up. Rhodes now. Harris, step over. Edge of the box. Harris drives the shot. Worrell blocks again. Pelopessi lets that go for a corner. He could have controlled that and kept the attack going, but it is a corner. Forrester not playing at the most intense level. There is something here for Wednesday if they can get their act together. Corner for the Owls. Bannon on the left-hand side will take it, a swing out with the left foot. In it goes. Rhodes heads it goalward straight at Samba. A chess game that no one wants to lose. Certainly Sheffield Wednesday don't want to lose it, for sure. Header, I suppose, is about 8 yards out there. Jordan Rhodes. He does just roll the ball into the net after Samba is infringed upon. 60 minutes gone. Sheffield Wednesday 0. Forest 0. Wednesday need a goal. Their destiny, well, look, their destiny's in Derby's hands, period, today, because if Derby win, Wednesday are down. But they can at least put a bit of pressure on the Rams if they can win their own game here today. Sheffield Wednesday. Body check there by Patterson on Ribeiro. Wonder if referee Robinson brings out the yellow for that. Yes. Of course he does. Stands his ground Patterson and just barges Yuri Ribeiro over. Free kick to Nottingham Forest. Ribeiro, I shouldn't laugh actually on the latency of that body check, because Ribeiro's still down. Hopefully he's not hurt. Surely a team with Bannon, Reach and Rhodes in should be nowhere near the relegation places. You'd think not, Alex, wouldn't you? But you know my theories. Bad luck relegates clubs. Being too small relegates clubs. Owners relegate clubs. And chaos relegates clubs. You take your pick on Sheffield Wednesday this season if they do end up going down. Best championship level referee. The Aussie fella, I think most people like, don't they? Oh, can you hear that? That's the ice cream van. Must literally be just over the back there. Who wants an ice cream? Well, your words, not mine, Alex. There you go. Lineups coming out, Shane. we will have a look properly at 2:30 at all the lineups. Ribeiro is still down. Oh, he's just hopped up again. Where did he get hit there? Oh, actually, he got hit right in the side of the rib cage. He's just holding his hip, actually. I think he's going to carry on. Get your headline team news in as the 2:00 team news comes out. Might be a bit trickier today with football Twitter on a boycott, but a 99 that's worth £2.50. A fab. That's a great shout. Unbelievable scenes. Garner swings the free kick in. It's going to be easy for Westwood. Half fumbles it, but there was no one near him. 63-12 on the clock. As it stands, Sheffield Wednesday are not going down. But if they do draw this game, all Derby will need to do is score a point against Swansea. And obviously that doesn't secure Derby's safety, but it would relegate Sheffield Wednesday. Rotherham are the other team in that mix. Huddersfield are still in the mix at the start of the day, although it's very unlikely. Only Rotherham can catch Huddersfield of the teams in the bottom three. Nice layoff by Harris there. His reach on the left. Bannon trying a ambitious diagonal ball there for Windass, I think. Out it goes. Lyle Taylor is moving very purposefully toward the touchline. So is Alex Myton. Looks like we're going to get some subs. Stephen Reed down there is on the staff at Forest. Bannon tries to feed that through again. Here's Garner. Oh, lovely ball by Garner. Now Knockhart is 1v1 with the centre half. Knockhart into the box inside Borna. Knockhart still. Oh, he should have released that to Cafu. He's still got the ball there, Knockhart, in the box. Graben now. Graben, left side. Cafu, outside the box, drives the shot. Nice sort of height on it, but the line wasn't good. Just swerves away. Oof. Knockhart held on to that ball for far too long. He dribbled inside. He could have then just slipped it on to, I think it's Cafu and Graben were there. To be fair, one of them should have just dropped out and made an angle for him so he could just knock it back and hit the shot. But perhaps those players who play with Knockhart know that once his head's down and he's dribbling like that, it doesn't matter where they run, he's not going to release the ball. You know the shot is coming. Here comes Myton, who's, I suspect, going to play a lot of games next season for Forest. Cafu's coming off, so I'm guessing Kravinovic will go 10 and Myton will play down the left with Knockhart staying on the white right. Easy for me to pronounce my R's. Borna. 66 on the clock now. Big clearance by Westwood. Doesn't make halfway. I say big. Went very high in the sky and just lands out for a throw in. Westwood shakes his head. He did make that penalty save after a bit of a dreadful challenge. Here comes Windass. Down the right, Windass crosses left-footed, Rhodes on the back post, stretches for the header. Crosses just away from him. He can't get the header on target. Not the worst cross you'll ever see, though. He's just stretching for that. Nearly picks him out, Josh Windass. You know, he slips as he crosses that. I wonder if he kept his foot in, would he have dropped that just perfectly for Rhodes, who just had to throw himself at it and heads wide. Knockout taking the long route to nowhere. You think Jordan Rhodes could still perform in Scottish football? You know the deal with Jordan Rhodes, don't you? Make him big chances and he'll score them. Here he is on the ball, in fact. It's not where Wednesday want to see him, though. They want to see him within the width of the post, inside the box. Bannon giving away. Knockout. Nice little dribble and turn. Yates with the big switch play. And here's Myton's first touch. And it's a damn good first touch to control it. But Patterson then takes it off him on his third touch. Oh, nice little break out of defence there by Hutchinson. Getting very excited. Here comes Reach, though, down the line. Reach overruns it, allows Cyrus Christie to pinch it off him. It's a Wednesday throw-in. 68:24 on the clock. This is the Saturday Super Stream. Remember, Sheffield Wednesday, if they lose, are relegated. If they draw, they're okay for the time being. Knockout, petulant foul there by Knockout. Silly one, actually, because they can stick this free kick into the box. He gets the yellow from referee Robinson as well, letting his temperament get away from him a bit there. Knockout, silly boy. Well, there you go, John, hey? In the know again, my friend. Good man. Right, Bannon, free kick. In it goes, deep. Garner got away with that. Swung a foot at it, and it went back towards the goal when the free kick was going nowhere helpful. Fortunately, I think it was Myton then managed to get it clear. Long one forward. Samba comes out to grab that. There's a little flick on it. Windass chased in, but you would have need to have been Michael Owen circa 1998 to be able to have enough speed to get onto the end of that ball. 70 minutes on the clock. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Forest 0. Lyle Taylor is going to come on, I assume, for Lewis Grabban. Unless Chris Hughton really wants to have a go at winning this game and essentially relegate Sheffield Wednesday. Palmer, nice little ball inside. Pelupesi. Burner at centre half. Plays back to Westwood and Sam Hutchinson's got it. Into Palmer again. Patterson right on the touchline. Now it's clipped into the channel. It's a good ball that. Windass is in the box. Oh, great strike by Windass. And it's a really good save by Samba. Where did that come from? Windass absolutely smashed it at the near post. Nothing was on for him. So he just blasts a shot in. Oh, that was mighty close. In fact, I've got no idea how Samba manages to get that over the bar. More by luck than judgment, I think. Samba kind of looks back to see where the ball's gone, and it's gone over the top. Closest Wednesday have come, really. Corner for the Owls. Josh Windass nearly creating something from absolutely nothing. Thank you for all the team news in there. Bannon, corner. Samba catches. Easy grab there. I'm going to sneeze. It's not recurring. Palace 0, Manchester City 2. Got no tissues in here. It's no good, is it? In the Premier League. And then we get all the fun of the 3 PMs. Hutchinson plays that wide to Patterson. 72-28. Nervy time for Sheffield Wednesday here. They know conceding a goal essentially relegates them late in this game. And they know that scoring one helps their chances greatly. Thank you for all of your team news. Here comes Lyle Taylor, as expected for Lewis Grabban. There is your quite knackered Rotherham team now after all the games they've played. There's a Cov team there. These are all in the chat. We'll have a good look in a bit. That will be a very interesting one. Thank you, Blake. A few players rested for Swansea. Looking there, Danda, Cullen and Whittaker. But otherwise, they're good players in those teams, aren't they? There is your Norwich team. That looks very unchanged. And a Leeds team. They are... Who are Leeds playing at 3? Brighton, if memory serves. So Lyle Taylor came on for Lewis Graham. Remember, Myton also is on. Came on for Cafu a bit earlier. Here is Myton. Myton, ooh, little bit of a wrestly there. I think with Callum Patterson went down in the box. Patterson didn't look too much interested in playing the ball here. He has a shove with the right arm. He holds his hands up. Well, you tell me what you think of that in the chat. I didn't see any type of challenge per se to try and win the ball from Patterson. He just kind of stood in the way in the end and fell on top of Myton, who didn't do a lot wrong and was collapsed upon inside the penalty box. Interesting. Would have been a second penalty, that one, for Forest today. There you go. There's a Watford team. Oh, Hungbo gets a start. Interesting. Enjoyed him on a couple of sub cameos. Thank you guys for getting all these teams. We'll have a proper look around the 2:30 mark when this one is over. There's your Millwall team as well, unchanged. Little Pochettino on the bench. You love to see it. They've got a little Bergkamp as well, haven't they, Watford? Beautiful. Good genetics, those young players. Bannon driving forward. Bannon into the box. Bannon slides it across. The shot's blocked. It falls back out to Windass. Windass makes the cross. An arm came out. I don't think it hit Ribeiro's arm there, but brilliant drive from Bannon. And I think it was actually Liam Palmer, the right centre-back, that got the shot. Oh. We'll have a look and see if the cross then from Windass went anywhere nearer an arm in an unnatural position. It's a great block, actually, from Ribeiro the first time. No, that's it hits the arm here. Totally unnatural, totally natural position. Not a penalty. I met Bergkamp a player in the 90s. What a couple of players they were. We've got a Reading team there. Nice to see John Swift starting. Tetek gets a start as well. It really is the end of the season, isn't it? Here's Knockout. Good ball out to Kravinovic. Ribeiro on the overlap. Here's Ribeiro deep in the box. Ribeiro crosses low. It's going to fall for Garner. Oh, and he slips over and puts it wide on the turn. Oh, it's getting a bit stretched now, guys. And he should at least get a shot that someone has to block or save on that. And he slips and it goes wide. Just falls. Could have even gone in off Adam Reach. We're at this stage now where a goal relegates Wednesday. Let's just bring the live league table up one more time so you can see the state of play as Bannon grabs the ball just shy of halfway. Harris holds it up. Is taken off reach. There is your table, guys. So if that number drops to 39 points, i.e. Forest score and Wednesday lose, then there is one game remaining with Wednesday's maximum upside would then be 42, and they cannot catch any of the teams above them. That's the high-stakes game that Wednesday are playing right now as Milton draws another foul. He looks dangerous. Nippy left winger, Milton, from Liam Palmer, who has already been booked. Palmer holds his face. Referee Robinson will not be producing a second yellow card. But Forest have a free kick, which Knockhart and Garner are going to be interested in. A mistake will do this game. That's the sort of thing, isn't it? Better from Wednesday, better from both, actually. Yeah, just all stretched out a little bit. So here comes the free kick. Garner, the right footer. Knockhart, the left footer. It's miles out. Here comes Garner, right footed over the bar and into the empty away end at Hillsborough. 0-0. 78-55. Paul Williams is on the Wednesday staff. Used to be on the Forest staff as well, didn't he? He's chattering away. I'm guessing he's chattering away to Darren Moore, wherever he's watching from. I wonder if any subs will be forthcoming. Nice ball from Yates to Knockhart. Good chest down. Played into Garner. Garner outright to Krissy. Krissy against reach. Krissy goes in between two and goes down. No foul given by referee Robinson. Bannon pokes it to Burner, who steps out of defence. Burner into Rhodes. Rhodes knocks it off to Pelopessi and out wide to Patterson. Patterson backwards and inside to Liam Palmer. Palmer back to Patterson. Bannon prods it forward. Ribeiro clears. Oh, it's tense this one now, isn't it? For goodness sakes. 80 minutes gone. If it ends 0-0, Wednesday are still in with a shout. But they need Swansea to beat Derby, else they're going down. A Wednesday goal makes things very, very interesting. They haven't looked likely, I've got to be honest. Big switch of play there to reach. Pelopessi. Bannon. Bannon. Pelopessi again. Forest back in shape. Here's Borner. Bannon. Borner again. Good ball in to Harris. Borner. He's going to cross it. Borner floats it in. Samba grabs the catch and bowls it out to Milton. 81 minutes gone. So throw in to Forest down the right-hand side. That looks like Liam Shaw, who I believe has agreed, has an agreement to go to Celtic. Looks like he's going to come on. He's played all over the place, actually, but I'd have him as a central midfielder. We'll see where he's brought into the game. Here's Bannon to Borner. Harris, dreadful pass by him, way over Reach's head. Reach's body language shows what he thought of that. Now, given away by Forrest. Rhodes to Patterson. Good ball down the line by Patterson. Here comes Windass into the box. Right corner. Knocked back. Rhodes hits the shot. Blocked. It's going to fall now for Reach. Reach drives it across the goal. And it's wide. Oh, dear. Wednesday had men on the ball in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the box. There's a good block from the Rhodes shot. Why doesn't Reach hit that first time with that left foot of his? He takes a touch, drives it across the goal. Oh, dearie me. He hit that one first time as it comes to him. Rhodes had his shot blocked. Wednesday turning the screw a little bit there. It's still Sheffield Wednesday 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Again, there is the size of it. Wednesday need a 4-point swing before the end of the season on Derby. If they do not better Derby's result today, they are down. So a defeat puts Wednesday down. If they draw, they're still in it, but they know that Derby have to lose at Swansea, else they're down. If Derby do then go and lose at Swansea, we have an epic head-to-head next weekend, between Sheffield Wednesday and Derby County. Here's Harris. Inside left. Good ball. Rhodes back to Harris into the box. Well played by Worrell. Just takes it off him. Plays it into Garner. Garner to Knockhart. And Forrest playing it around nicely, but then given away. Here's Rhodes. 20 yards out, Rhodes hits the shot over the top. Harris curses him. He'd made a run inside and wanted that one slid through. That's really poor from Worrell after he'd done well. Little reverse ball there from Rhodes. He had 2 runners. He had Windass and Harris ahead of him inside the box there. You can see why Wednesday down there absolutely blunt up top. Big header cleared by Patterson. 84-35 on the clock. This is the Saturday Super Stream. Round 45. Automatic done. Norwich and Watford. Playoffs done. We won't even find out what order until next week, but we know who the teams are going to be. Foul by Hutchison on Lyle Taylor. The only remaining issue is who goes down. Wycombe, very, very close. Wycombe need a 6-point and 13-goal swing on Derby today. Wycombe have to win and Derby have to lose. And still, it's not looking optimistic. Wednesday need a 4-point swing. We've done them to death. Rotherham need a 4-point swing on Derby and a 7-point swing on Huddersfield. If Rotherham don't win, Huddersfield is safe. Free kick goes into the back post and it's offside. If Derby win today and Rotherham lose, they are down. For Derby, a Derby draw will relegate Wycombe. A Derby win will relegate Wednesday. A win and Rotherham losing means relegation is a lock this weekend. And we will genuinely have nothing to play for on the last Saturday Super Stream of the season. We'll have to make it themed for some or in some way, shape or form. Here comes Forrest down the right with Krissy. Krissy stumbles a bit, but he's won a corner off Barry Bannon. There we go. Thanks, Dan. There is a very familiar looking Barnsley team there. We'll do proper team news. We'll do it with SofaScore in about, if there's any fallout from this game. If not, we'll do it in about 10 minutes. Knockout corner comes in, cleared by Patterson. Full time, Crystal Palace 0, Manchester City 2 in the Premier League. Crossed over. It's going to go all the way out to the touchline, but Taylor keeps it going. Taylor crosses Big header clear by Liam Palmer. Windass loses his bearings trying to jump to control that. Bannon does manage to control it. Oh, Bannon puts that through into the gap, but good pace from Cyrus Christie ahead of Josh Windass. Just a bit of a lack of speed up front there for Wednesday, and Samba boots that one clear. Here is Knockout. Really squeaky bum time for Wednesday here. Knockout, good ball out. Kravinovic, left-hand side, crossing position. Puts it on his right. Still Kravinovic. Kravinovic into Yates. Ribeiro. Ribeiro to Kravinovic. Inside to Myton. Back to Knockout. Knockout tries an ambitious dink over the top. And it's grabbed by Westwood in the goal. So Manchester City on the verge of the title, depending on whether Manchester United can beat Liverpool tomorrow. Ifs, buts and maybes. But it's going to be plenty of them today. 88-20 on the clock. Wednesday 0, Forest 0. Is there a winner? A winner for Forest would relegate Wednesday. Ribeiro's made a hell of a run forward. Oh, great turn by Garner. Garner, good feet on the edge. Garner hits the shot and it's blocked. Nice little ball won back there by Garner into Kravinovic. Another little give and go between the two of those players. Kravinovic just dribbles away. 88-50 on the clock now. Myton down the left, trying to have a pop at Patterson, crosses it in, headed away, and Rhodes is back. He clears up the pitch. Forest on top here, but Wednesday can push out a little bit here. Worrell plays it out to Christie. We are into the 89th minute now. Down the line into the channel it goes for Knockout. Knockout controls, engages Borna, knocks it back to Christie. Christie crosses back post. Kravinovic is there, but it's going to go out. And we are approaching stoppage time. It's looking likely that this game will end 0-0, which means Derby need a draw later on. But still, there is stoppage time. Here's Palmer. Palmer plays it into Pelupesi. Clipped into the channel. Can Reach control it? No, he can't. Reach crosses corner for Sheffield Wednesday. We've just gone past 90 minutes. 4 minutes of stoppage time. Wednesday have a corner. Woof. Here comes the corner from Bannon. In it goes. Rhodes is there. Pelupesi sweeps up. He can cross it in. In comes the cross. Headed goalwards by Julian Borna. Straight at Brice Samba. And he's thrown it out quickly. Here comes a Forest counter. Taylor. Taylor switch of play. Important block there from Adam Reach. Headed away by Borna. Now, Kadeem Harris has got a ton of space ahead of him. He drives forward. Rhodes is trying to keep up with him. Harris engages Christie, comes inside. Harris fouled right on the edge of the box by Knockout, who may be red carded if referee Robinson deems that Knockout was very, very deliberately trying to stop that attack. I suspect if he hadn't already been booked, he would be getting a yellow for that one. We'll see. Is Knockout staying on? We will find out. Free kick to Wednesday. Right on the edge of the box here. 91:35 on the clock. Ooh. Harris is there as a right footer. All eyes on Barry Bannon. Will he cross? Will he shoot? It's really close in, right on the edge of the box. Callum Patterson is standing in an offside position in line with Brice Samba, trying to put him off. Could be dramatic here. Can Wednesday get a really important late goal? Harris, dreadful, over the bar. Bannon's face tells it all. As he looks away, and 92:20 on the clock now. 4 minutes minimum stoppage time. We've played 2.5 of them. If Forest score in the next 90 seconds, they will be Wednesday will be relegated. But Brice Samba is taking his sweet time with the goal kick, so maybe they're interested in just a clean sheet and running down the clock here. Foul by, I think it's Lyle Taylor on Julian Borner. Free kick taken quickly, but it's won back by Forest. We are into the last minute of minimum stoppage time. Bannon, chest control. Bannon, Harris, step over. Tries to cross. It's going to fall to Reach. Reach tries to cross. Blocked out. The ball spins and still stays in play. Reach crosses again. Flicked on at the near post by Jordan Rhodes. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that is probably it. Samba, the Forest keeper, has the ball. 93:40 on the clock. Stoppage time is ticking down. Sheffield Wednesday are not going down right now. They might do later on. Derby will only need to draw and Wednesday will be going down. Any point for Derby will also relegate Wycombe. And there it is, guys. Full time. Let's go straight to the live league table. We'll be able to rewrite a couple of our little graphics we've been using today because the landscape is changed by that result. So, Sheffield Wednesday are not relegated yet. Now, Derby know if they score 1 point against Swansea, then Wednesday are down and Wycombe are down. Remember, Rotherham can still, because they've got the game in hand, mathematically, Rotherham can get to 48 points. So that is the size of it after our first game today. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Nottingham Forest 0. The Wednesday players look disconsolate. The odds are very, very much against them now. They need Swansea to help them. If Swansea can get the win, then it's all down to that big head-to-head game. Iain, I don't make the predictions, buddy. I just say what the possibilities are. And I'm stating clear facts here. I'll repeat them. If Rotherham win their remaining 3 games, they can catch all of Wednesday, Derby and Huddersfield. Whether or not they do that is up to the Rotherham players and staff. I'm just here to repeat the facts as it pertains to this relegation battle. Can't see the Owls staying up with that kind of performance. It's kind of all done now, though, isn't it? Because it'll just be a head-to-head if they do have any chance. All of these losses on the trot for Rotherham. Well, we will see. Wednesday and Forest have been watching too many Ipswich games by the look of it. There you go. Thought Wednesday might show more in a match that Forest edged. Remember, Forest missed the penalty in the first half. Right, guys. Facts, Iain. Facts. I'll repeat again. An absolute bona fide fact. See if you can disagree with anything in this statement that's not factual. If Rotherham win their remaining 3 games, they will finish on 48 points and potentially could finish above any of the 3 teams above them. Bona fide fact, Iain. Might not happen. Probably won't happen. But there we go. Boring game. Might make the final day much more exciting. We will see. Right. I'm going to take 2 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll have a look at the team news for the 3 p.m. games. You can let me know. You can let me know what game you're watching and predictions and all of that good stuff. I will return in 2 minutes. Don't go. Let me remove that banner before I do it so you can see the clock ticking. Don't go. Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. Someone's blocking up the chat here. There we go. Sorry. Layla Adan, you can go in the timeout for blocking up the chat. Right. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. Okay. See you in a bit. I'm all out of breath. I'm back. Thank you, everybody, for hanging around. This is the Saturday Super Stream. It was Sheffield Wednesday 0, Forest 0. So, we can probably rewrite that. We'll do that as we go. Sorry, ran up and down the stairs to get a drink as well. We are now going to get into our 3 p.m. kickoffs. So let me bring this up on the ticker and we'll go through in that order. We'll go from bottom to top. So let's have a look at the Wycombe and Bournemouth teams for today. So state of play for Wycombe. They need a derby defeat and a win themselves. It would probably be helpful for Wycombe if both games ended 3 or 4-0. And then they have a chance going into the last day. Anything less for Wycombe, and they are relegated. They have to win today, and Derby have to lose, or they're mathematically down today, Wycombe. Sorry, I grabbed the biscuit as well. Need a little bit of a pick-me-up. I'll try not to chew into the mic. Stockdale in goal for Wycombe. I'll just finish it before I start talking. McCarthy, Grimmer, Stewart, Jacobson, McCleary, Thompson, Adeniran, Onyedinma, Musgrave, Anik Pezu. Wycombe have been very, very decent of late, haven't they? Excuse me. It's a long old stream, forgive me. And some idea that Musgrave and Ikpezu has been quite the partnership up top, especially in that game at Swansea. Lately, for Bournemouth, Begovic, Stacey, Carter Vickers, Mepham, Rico, Pearson, Wilshire, Riquelme, Brooks, Stanislas, Surridge. So no Solanke, no Billing, no Danjuma. So a few players rested. Key attacking players rested by Jonathan Woodgate. Let me know what you think. Wycombe will go down. Been a great team. No Akinfenwa, no party. Is Wycombe surviving more of a shock than Barnsley surviving last year and then making the playoffs this season? Yeah. From this point. John, Wycombe to win. Sorry, excuse my mouthful. Very much rotated squad for us, testing out fringe players. Stanislas and Raquelme haven't impacted lately. Nothing on whether Steve Cook is injured. Did I miss Steve Cook not playing? Yes, I did. And good point. Thank you, Will. Let's move on. Who do I have next on the ticker? We have Rotherham and Blackburn. So, as much as our good friend Iain might not want to hear it, Rotherham can still stay up if they perform in these remaining games. And they do have now, if you look at it, Wednesday have got one game to play and Rotherham have got 3. That has meant absolutely nothing of late because Rotherham have not capitalised on all their games in hand. Can they beat on the beach Blackburn? I wonder. Blackman in goal for Rotherham. Ihekwe, Wood, McDonald. God, these players, they all must have played about 7 games in the last 3 or 2 weeks, I would have thought. Giles and Ogbene, Lindsay, McDonald, Wing, Ladapo, excuse me, and Smith. For Rovers, Kaminsky, Niambe, Harwood Bellis, Lenihan, Bell, Johnson, Travis, Brereton, Rothwell, Gallagher, and Armstrong. And the table tells us that for Rotherham to be relegated today would require them to lose and Derby to win. And then the maximum upside for Rotherham would be 46. 45. Derby would then be on 46. So we do have a scenario today where Rotherham could go today with a Derby victory and a Rotherham defeat. If that were the case, everything's sorted before round 46 next week. 0-1 to Rovers. Go on in. I do want Rotherham to win to save the final day stream. Well, exactly. Chance to be a fine thing. Especially, and not annoyingly, because I run the Blue Monday podcast, but I'm on the Ipswich stream on Tuesday night, so I can't even do Rotherham Luton on Tuesday either. There we go. Has there ever been a last day of the season with nothing to play for? I wonder. Anyone could check that out, as in no automatics, no playoffs, and no bottom 3 to play for, which is possible. We know the results we need for that is a Derby win and a Rotherham defeat, and that is the end of that. Let's look at Swansea Derby, which we will be watching along here whilst reacting to everything else that goes on. And Steve Cooper said early in the week that he would be rotating. How heavy has he gone? Well, Woodman, Roberts, Cabango, Bennett, Bidwell, Strong, Grimes, Smith and Dander have been fringe players, haven't they? And then up top, Whittaker and Cullen, very much fringe players. Jamal Lowe has played the whole season. For Derby, loads of pressure on the Rams today. Roos, Edmondson, Clark, Forsyth, Yoshviak, Byrne, Shinnie, Knight, Lawrence, Waghorn, Colin, Kazim, Richards. Seems like we've been over it a million times, but let's do it one more time. So, if Derby lose, we have a head-to-head between Sheffield Wednesday and Derby next week. If Derby draw, Wednesday and Wycombe are gone. If Derby win and Rotherham lose, Rotherham are also gone, and we have nothing next week to play for, by God. That wouldn't work, would it? Get your thoughts in on those teams. What are we saying? It would be great to win in our limited edition kit. First world problems for Norwich today, isn't it? We'll get onto their game in a little bit. 2020 final day was one of the best. 2021 might just be me looking at the comments. Yeah, the cat has pigeon phobia. Very, very, very dangerous. Put Ben in the bin. I can't hear this again. Look, I'm just setting it out, John. All I do here, regardless of what anyone thinks will happen, is I will tell you what could happen. That is my job here, and it's your job to give your opinions in the comments. That's absolutely fine by me, but I will keep giving the permutations. That's my job, to look across everything. However upsetting it is for those people with teams who are in that bottom three, I'm afraid I have to just go with what is going on and what could potentially happen. I hope you understand. It's nothing personal. Where are we going next? Well, a lot of beach ball, I think, next. Huddersfield versus Coventry. I mean, like I've said many times, there is the slimmest of chances. Huddersfield could be caught by Rotherham, couldn't they, with all of those games in hand? But that would require 9 points going on for Rotherham in the last 3 games. Here is what Huddersfield are doing today. Schofield in goal. Rowe, Keogh, Sarr, Toffolo, Bakuna, Hogg, O'Brien, Karoma, Sonogo and Holmes. For Coventry, Wilson, Rose, McFadzean, Hyam, McCallum, Darbo, Hammer, James, O'Hare, Gyökeres and Tyler Walker. Any comments on that? I feel left out with all of the permutations. There you go. I think perhaps a lot of people would love to be in that position. What are you saying, Iain? We're crestfallen and deflated. Cut us some slack. I'd cut you plenty of slack, Iain. Cut me some slack. I'm just reading out the permutations. We've followed the Rotherham story big style over the last few weeks. There is still a chance, though, isn't there? There is still a chance. What's that line in Dumb and Dumber? So you're saying there's still a chance? What did she say? 1,000,000 to 1. Millwall versus Bristol City. Let's have a look. We're on the beach for this one. And there are your teams. Nathan Baker. Goodness me. When did he last play? Anyway, Bialkowski in goal for Millwall. Romeo, Evans, Cooper, Malone, McNamara, Bennett, Mitchell, Woods, Bradshaw and Wallace. For Bristol City, O'Leary in goal. So no Bentley's on the bench. Baker returns. That must have been months since he played, mustn't it? Callas, Mariappa, Rowe, Hunt, Lansbury, Masengo, Palmer, Conway and Wells. Let's move on. How are we doing? 17 minutes until the 3 p.m. kickoffs. And who are we looking at next? We are looking at Birmingham and Cardiff. Birmingham City versus Cardiff. And thank you, John, for your in the know connections. We knew most of this team yesterday. And it's a very interesting one from Burnley. So Zach Geacock gets a going goal. Remember, he played the first game of the season, didn't he, against Brentford? And therefore must have a 100% record. Cogley, Roberts, Friend and Seddon. So Cogley gets a start, a right back. And look on left midfield there, Ryan Stirk, Sunjic Harper and Amari Miller. So Cogley, Geacock, Stirk and Miller. Sam Cosgrove, has he started a game for Birmingham since signing for sort of 2 million quid or something in January? I'm not sure he has. He's made some sub appearances. And Lecco up top. So very interesting looking Birmingham team today. Phillips in goal for Cardiff. Nelson, Flint, Brown, Bakuna, NG, Wilson, Pack, Coyle, Rolls and more. So Mick McCarthy, a little bit more familiar look to that team. Baker, first appearance of the season. If Rotherham go down. Blame should be on their COVID outbreak. Maybe. Yeah, it did mess with the fixtures towards the end, doesn't it? Next season's League One has some huge clubs in it. Do I think Ipswich will be promoted into the Championship? What time scale are you giving me on that? Not in the next 2 weeks or whatever it is. Rotherham could still win if Blackburn get 2 reds in the first minute. Oh, dear. Can we just get a win for our poor, long-suffering Rotherham fans here? Right. Let's move on. Where are we going next? We are going to Preston versus Barnsley. Again, we're on the beach with this one, as we are with, well, I suppose, Norwich could become champions and we could be finding who's going into the last week in which position in the playoff places. But nothing of too much substance is going to be decided above the relegation zone today. Preston, Iverson, Story, Lindsay, Hughes, Cunningham, Vandenberg, Ledson, Whiteman, Brown, Barkhazen, Evans. For Barnsley, no hint of resting anybody. Collins, Anderson, Hellick, Solbauer, Britton, Styles, Mowat, Palmer, Chaplin, DK, Woodrow. So Big Val is all over it today. Reds to keep momentum going, 2-0, 1-1, says John as well. Let's move on. We're getting through these nice and quickly. Get predictions in if you want. Stoke versus QPR. On the beach, on the beach, on the beach, as you can imagine. So hopefully we'll get one sort of 3-3 type scoreline today. They normally happen with these on the beach games, don't they? Davies in goal for Stoke. Have they gone to a back four? Wow. We'll see. Smith, Norrington, Davis, Bart, Suter, Mikel, Matondo, Timon, Powell, Clucas, and Fletcher. Remains to be seen what team shape that is. For Rangers, Dieng, DeVries, Barbe, Dickey, Johansson, Willock, Chair, Wallace and Kake are the wing-backs, Dykes and Austin up top. Any comments on those ones? Sean, as a Blues fan, I wouldn't expect much. A lot of changes and chances for the youngsters, and big old ugly Mick McCarthy in Cardiff coming to town. He'll love seeing all those youngsters on the team sheet for sure, won't they? Where are we going next, guys? We're going to Luton versus Borough. More beach ball, but top half beach ball here. So if I bring the table up, you can see Luton or Borough. We're in the 8th place trophy here. And look, if Reading lose at Norwich, there is potentially the 7th place trophy up for grabs for Middlesbrough and Cardiff behind Reading as well. Let's have a look at the teams. Luton, Sluga in goal, Bree, Pearson, Bradley, Naismith, Mpanzu, thanks Sofa Score, always a help. Ray, Adebayo, Cornick, Dewsbury Hall, and Collins. I wouldn't have thought Adebayo would play out on the left. Maybe two up top there for Luton, and the old 4-4-2 diamond has returned. We'll see. Quite attacking though, with Cornick, Collins, Adebayo, and Dewsbury Hall in. Could be fun. Borough, Archer, McNair, Hall, Boller, Johnson, Coulson, Howson, Saville, Watmore, Cabano, and Yannick Bolassi. Any comments in here? 7-7 and a McNair hat-trick. Luton 2-1, but 2 Luton red cards. You love to see it. Luton for this one, they're still motivated for that high finish as possible. Optimistic for Ipswich. Of course I'm not, Liam. Players have all checked out. I think they've all emptied their lockers already for the clear out in the summer. Am I on the right channel here on? Yeah, I am on Sky. So what we'll do today, by the way, before I do this last couple of games, what we will do is we'll have Gillette Soccer Saturday up on the iPad up here. So that'll be a minute or so behind. And we will watch along with Swansea and Derby, which is the key game of the day. So I'm just faffing around trying to get this on to the right channel. Gillette Soccer Saturday. Work. It's worked. Unbelievable scenes. Right, there we go. All sorted here. Okay, a couple more we needed to do team news for. We are on to Norwich versus Reading, where Norwich will be crowned champions if they win. I don't think a draw does it for them yet, does it? Depend on what Watford do. But look, we all know the prize, don't we? The prize is Premier League football. Bit of window dressing, isn't it? But I'm sure Norwich would like to get the title over and done with today. Krull in goal. Aaron's Omar Bamidele. In fact, as Emi Buendia jumps up on my screen. I don't want to watch that game. Give me Swansea and Derby, please. I think maybe they got it on another channel. There we go. Sorry, did I do the back four? Aaron's Omar Bamidele, Hanley and Quintia. McLean, Skip, Buendia, the Championship Player of the Season. Dowell and Cantwell, Pookie up top. Raphael, Yidem, Holmes, Gibson, Richards, Laurent, Elise, Tetek, Swift, Ijaria, and Zhao. Let me just bring the table up. So, as you can see, if Norwich draw, they would need Watford not to win and they'd be champions. If Norwich lose and Watford lose, they'd be champions. If Norwich win, they're champions, period. Watford just need to... Watford need to win and hope Norwich lose or draw and they can still catch them on the last day. But, yeah, we're into the realms of the massively unimportant when you look at the relegation issue. Let's quickly look at Brentford versus Watford. I suppose I should go to some comments on that one. Reading 2-0, Norwich 0-0, 3-0 Norwich. Afternoon to Noel. Michael, gutted Owls fan here. I can't see Derby losing today. Swansea will focus on playoffs. We will see, Michael. We will see. The result for Wednesday would be a Swansea victory, wouldn't it? And then it does go to that last game of the season between Sheffield Wednesday and Derby. Could be an absolute blockbuster. Blockbuster. Who sings that song? Sweet? I don't know. Some 70s glam band. There's your Brentford team. Raya in goal. Janssen, Norgard, Sorensen, Röslev, Kanyos, Jensen, okay, Bidstrup. There's one. Fosu, Force, and Tony. So it's a strong Brentford team, isn't it? Watford, Backman, Messina, Ciaralta, Kabasele comes in. Who's that for? Who normally plays there? Ekong and Cathcart. Cleverly, Hughes, Gosling, Sema, Gray, and Hungbo. So pretty strong from both of them. No Ismail Assar, no João Pedro, no Chalobah, but still, they've got strong squads. Those teams up there at the top of the table. I'm going to very, very quickly take you through a couple of League One bits and bobs before we get to 3 o'clock, because some interesting stuff can happen in League One today. There is the table, and if Peterborough draw, they're playing Lincoln. It's second against third. So if Peterborough draw against Lincoln, it would be 84 and 76. Peterborough would be up. So Peterborough, look out for them. They just need a draw and they'll be joining us in the Championship. Wimbledon, a draw. You can see down there, confirmed safety, takes them to 51. Wigan, a win, confirmed safety. Rochdale and Northampton are the two teams chasing. They're going to hope that Wimbledon and Wigan come short. But defeat for either of those teams, it doesn't matter what Wimbledon or Wigan do. They are going down. So those are your League One teams to look out for today. Peterborough potentially going up. Wimbledon, Wigan potentially surviving. Rochdale and Northampton are potentially going down today. And I won't even talk about the playoffs because there's way too many permutations and still games in hand for Blackpool and Lincoln and Charlton, and even down as far as Ipswich, for goodness sake. But hopefully that ship will well and truly sail today and everything can look forward to next week. Right, I'm going to update this banner here and I'm going to make it say Swansea 0, Derby 0, and we will let the madness begin. And I suppose I should update the Derby thing down here, but we've been through it so many times. I think everybody knows what's going on. Right. It was the suite. There we go. Actually, I did have to do that. I played in a theatre show called Solid Gold 70s. Some of you may have seen it. And that was the first song. And I had to trigger the siren. I started the whole show at the start of that. Great stuff. Right. What are we saying here? Jason, founder season 2005-06, had a meaningless last day. Is that the most recent one, Jason? That's great research if you've got that. Love to see that. Wimbledon have been excellent recently. I know they've taken 4 points off Ipswich very, very recently. Right. Look, beautiful graphs and spreadsheets has stolen my thunder there. Let's play first goal. Where is the first goal going to be in any of these fixtures that we are interested in? So look at the ticker and let me know where you think, which stadium. Will it be at Adams Park, Wickham? Will it be at New York, Rotherham? Will it be at Swansea? I can't remember what the stadium's called. Will it be at Huddersfield? Will it be at Millwall? Will it be at Birmingham, Preston, Stoke, Luton, Norwich, or Brentford? Where will the first, not the new goal? It's because I read the first, someone said New York there, Jonesy. And it went, what I read came out of my mouth. Terrible. Can't get the two things to work together, dearie me. Deepdale, Wickham, Liberty. There you go. Forgot to thank you. Swans, Stoke, Swans, New York, Deepdale, Liberty. Or is that just people correcting me? New York, New York. Ivan Toney will do well to score at the New York. He might score at Brentford. Stoke, New York. Hey, you're all right. Huddersfield, and you're all right. Look, assume when I blame you for me messing up that I'm just being a bit of an S-house. Bad news, everyone. Siri didn't understand. Oh, now I've said the name again, haven't I? I think I have to say hey before. Right, here we go. Let's get your Swansea and Derby teams up, and we are going to get into this one. We will keep an eye. We have Leeds at Brighton today, Ipswich at Swindon. We've got a dearly departed team and my team. Leeds, he wants me to put, shall I put Leeds on the ticker? Let's get Leeds on the ticker. Come on. If I've got enough space, I can only have 200 characters. Let's have a look. This is the point where I accidentally delete the ticker and go slightly mad. I'm going slightly mad. Brighton 0, Leeds 0. And let's also stick Swindon 0, Ipswich 0. And we won't have to touch that because Ipswich draw all of their games 0-0. There we go. Right. Let's just quickly hone in on those Swansea and Derby teams. A vitally important game for Derby here as they look to stay in the Championship. Woodman in goal for Swansea, Bidwell, Bennett, Cabango, and Roberts. Grimes, Danda, Smith, Whitaker, Cullen, and Lowe. So a few fringe players there. The likes of Smith and Danda, Cullen, and Whitaker getting a go today. For Derby, Roos, Edmondson, Clark, Forsyth, Byrne, Knight, Shinnie, Josviak, Lawrence, Waghorn, and Kazim Richards. And once again, the state of play says we'll only deal with Derby. So if Derby draw, we can now add Sheffield Wednesday to Wycombe. If Derby draw this game, Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe go down. If Derby win this game and Rotherham lose, everything's done. Everybody's dead, Dave. Right, we are about to kick off. By the way, quickly, let me know which game you're watching. Let me know which game you're watching and whether it's kicked off. Thank you, guys. Carrow Road, Den. Should be watching along Wolves and West Brom. Looking forward to that. Kick off there. Afternoon, DJ. Watford have kicked off. Let me know which games you are watching. We have kicked off Swansea versus Derby, where a Derby point will relegate Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe. So there's going to be a lot of fans of teams at the bottom also behind Swansea today. The big talking points here in the Championship. Down at the bottom, Norwich and Watford already promoted. Brentford, Bournemouth, Swansea, who we're watching now. Barnsley already in the playoffs. It's only relegation that needs confirming as it pertains to the Championship and what it's going to look like next season. Whittaker fouls Shinnie in the centre circle. Let the carnage begin. Hopefully, it's an interesting one. As we await the first goal, this is normally the point where the pad goes there where I can see it. See if we can keep in touch with this. And, it's been disallowed. Sunderland had the ball in the net at Plymouth, but disallowed. Long one forward for Derby. Nodded on. I thought it was going to fall for Syfe there. Lawrence tries to knock it in. Grimes clears it out for a throw-in to Derby down the left-hand side. Remember, also in League One, Peterborough can be promoted today. Who is it in the bottom two? Rochdale and Northampton could go today. And Wimbledon and Wigan could go safe today. Going to get a long throw-in, which Edmondson's going to put in. Leyton Orient 1, Carlisle 0. Here comes Edmondson. Hurls that long throw-in. Cabango heads away. And Cullen clears. Oh, missed control. Now here comes Jamal Lowe. Has he got pace on Josviak? He's got a man with him. Can he slip him in? Oh, goodness me. Oh, they could have generated the opening goal there, Swansea. Jamal Lowe, Josviak was with him. Just a complete counter-attack from the long throw. Just hoofed forward. It's a horrible touch by Nathan Byrne. Jamal Lowe takes it off him. And all he has to do is play it first time into the path of Whittaker and he's in. Whittaker then has a bad touch. Well done, Josviak. But could well have been in the lead there, Swansea. They take the corner short. Smith knocks it off, goes in low. I think it was Cabango. He slipped over. Sorry, it wasn't. It was Whittaker. Cullen chasing down the touchline. And there's a foul by Grimes on a Waghorn. Bad touch, wasn't it, Jest? Shrewsbury 0, Oxford 1. You beat me to it, real Frank Rose there. Southend, 110 years in league football on the line, says DJ Samuel. Keep us in touch with that. I barely have the capacity to cover all I do, so you might have to help me there with League Two. There is our first Championship goal of the day. It is Millwall 1, Bristol City 0, somewhere on a beach in Bermondsey. Millwall have taken the lead. Millwall 1, Bristol City 0. Here we go. I didn't see that Cambridge game, but my phone was giving me lots of alerts. Was it 5-4 or something? Anyone got the Millwall goal scorer for us, guys? Derby trying to take an early free kick. Referee not having it. Just a quick ref check. We'll always do one. Referee Bond. Shaken, but not stirred. No one predicted the den. Did anyone get the den? Oh, hello. Wycombe 1, Bournemouth 0. Wycombe need to win by a few and need Derby to lose by a few, but they're doing their bit so far. Wycombe have the lead on 4 minutes in their game. Wycombe are leading and they are not going down quietly. Goal scorers would be lovely, guys, if you can give me their names. Millwall and Wycombe have scored. Obviously, my Soccer Saturday is on the iPad, so it's a little bit behind. I'm going to focus in fully on this Swansea Derby game. Jed Wallace. Thanks, Dennis. Who scored for Wycombe then, guys? Lawrence trying to get something going down the left. Thanks, guys. 5:50 gone in the Swansea Derby game. 2 goals already in the Championship. Ikpeazu, lovely. And would you believe I'm getting to see the Wycombe goal in the split screen on the Derby coverage. Ikpeazu, edge of the box, gets it out of his feet and just bends it in the far corner. Lovely goal. Totally agree with you, Azzy. We should probably update the ticker here. So a couple of early goals. Remember, it's the end of the season, so expect lots of goals. We tend to get a few as the season drifts away. It's Wycombe 1, Bournemouth 0. I'm just waiting on seeing Jed Wallace's goal. In the big game, well, as things stand, Sheffield Wednesday are going down because Derby currently have a point. And they also have a corner, which Nathan Byrne is going to take. Big gathering of players at the back post there. Byrne is a good set play guy for Derby and for Wigan. Lots of good attacking output from him. Here it comes. Byrne, deep one to the back post, and Cabango heads it out. May have got a little tug on the shirt. Who knows? But it's going to be another corner for Derby. This is the Saturday Super Stream, guys. Hit like on the stream. Draw some more people across as we react to a potentially decisive day of Championship football. Here comes the second corner for Derby, and it comes left-footed from Shinnie. Clark there at the back post. Nothing doing. It is Birmingham 0, Cardiff 1. Cardiff on 9 minutes taking the lead. Remember, a few youngsters in that Birmingham team. Hopefully they're not too ripe for the taking today, but they have been so far. They're already behind. Birmingham 0, Cardiff 1. Birmingham have already done already had their big survival run. Nathan Byrne was a good set piece for Wolves as well. I didn't realise he played for Wolves. There we go. My knowledge has limits. Quite big limits, most people would say. Wycombe to win 7 and make a last stand. Still need Derby to lose, don't they? Do I get to see the Jed Wallace goal? Has anyone seen the... oh, yes, I do. Here we go. Big diagonal. I think that's Wallace on the ball. Who said non-existent Bristol City defenders? Yeah, you're right. There's just nobody there, was there? Just a big switch of play, and there's one defender back. Goodness me. And I think there's 2 Millwall players arriving on the back post. Also, 9 minutes gone at Swansea. Swansea 0, Derby 0. As things stand, It's going to be Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe both getting relegated today if Derby can get themselves a point. Harry Wilson was the goal scorer. Thank you. We'll hopefully catch up with that one in just a minute. But we have 3 goals early on in these first 10 minutes. Here, let me just bring up the live league table so you can see the state of play for Derby and at the bottom there. So if Derby draw, they'll hit that 44. Wednesday won't be able to catch them. Wycombe, even though they're leading, won't be able to catch them. Rotherham, as much as I'm annoying the Rotherham fans by saying it, would still have their future in their own hands. But they need to win against a Blackburn. Cullen wins the throw in there. 10 minutes gone. I think we're about to see Harry Wilson's goal. Or rather, I'm about to see Harry Wilson's goal. I know some of you have probably seen it already. Norwich 0, Reading 1 at Carrow Road. It's a brilliant goal by Harry Wilson. I feel a bit sorry for G-Cock, but how about that for a finish? Wow. Harry Wilson controls and then slices the ball with the outside of his left foot into the top corner. A lovely goal by Harry Wilson. Reading have taken the lead against Norwich at Carrow Road. Norwich 0, Reading 1. Both sides on the beach after Reading drew last week against Swansea. Reading out of that playoff race. Mansfield 1, Oldham 0. Roberts plays it inside to Bennett in this one. Josh Laurent, thank you. Trust Reading to turn up when it's already too late. Seeing a clip from Brentford, who are playing Watford, in what we thought might be a promotion decider, but it's not. Yeah, a lot of Norwich fans have picked me up on this. You have to understand, to the rest of the division, no one cares who wins the title. Only really matters between the top 2, doesn't it? We're interested in promotions, relegations, and playoffs here. As I understand it, the prize is the same for first and second. Obviously, you want to win the title if you're up there, but it's not something we're too interested in with what's going on down the bottom. I haven't seen the Josh Laurent goal yet, actually. Here we go. I think I'm about to. Michael Elise swings a free kick to the back post and headed in by Laurent from the angle. Norwich 0, Reading 1. We have already got that on the ticker, haven't we? Penalty for Brighton. Oof. Our Leeds friends will not be pleased. And Brighton have scored. So I'm guessing that penalty has just gone into the net. It's Brighton 1, Leeds 0. I get that you're not interested, but the players should be. Well, don't write off Norwich. They've beaten virtually everybody this season, haven't they? So I'm sure they'll have a good crack at this today, Stephen. Alioski took a wrestling grip on Welbeck. Pascal Gross has scored. I had Leeds down to win that one, I think. Iain Miller started well. To be fair, let me know how your game is going as he's following football, F1 and snooker. Good luck with that. I guess the snooker moves slower than the football does with 100 games going on at once. Here comes Jamal Lowe down the wing. Plays it ahead. Cullen crosses. Clark blocks it out. Cullen has surely fouled Edmondson there. Plenty going on so far, you lot. Earlier on, it was Wednesday 0, Forest 0. So Wednesday is still in it. I've gone over the permutations about 1,000 times, but they do need Swansea to win, else they're going down. So Wednesday 0, Forest 0. Wycombe 1, Bournemouth 0. Wycombe is still in it mathematically. Rotherham 0, Blackburn 0. Swans 0, Derby 0, Huddersfield 0, Coventry 0. Millwall 1, Bristol City 0, Wallace. Birmingham 0, Cardiff 1, Wilson, brilliant goal. Preston 0, Barnsley 0, Stoke 0, QPR 0, Luton 0, Borough 0. Norwich 0, Reading 1, Laurent, Brentford 0, Watford 0, Brighton 0, Leeds 0, Swindon 0, Ipswich 0, and Bristol City have equalised. Millwall 1, Bristol City 1 at the Den on 16. An equaliser for Bristol City. Millwall 1, Bristol City 1. I will await the goal scorer there for Bristol City. Giddy here. We've had a shot on target. Lovely stuff. Free kick to Derby, who seem to be taking... Oh, dear. Our first big goal of the day. It's Rotherham 0, Blackburn 1. Rotherham have gone behind. Rotherham 0, Blackburn 1. So a Derby goal now added to that Blackburn goal would relegate Rotherham today. Conway, you guys are saying, to score for Bristol City. That's tremendous. Good luck to the youngsters. And Conway has got the goal for Bristol City. We're just waiting to see that. Shrewsbury 1, Oxford 1. Shambolic defending by both teams. End of the season. It's showing more stuff from Brentford and Watford on Gillette. One headed off the line there. Remember, also, chance for Ivan Toney to get to 30 goals. Be the first 30-goal league scorer in the Championship since Glenn Murray in 2012-13. I always get the wrong year. We've seen the best and worst of Harry Wilson. Laughed at for going down. Sorry, Iain, not good news for Rotherham at the moment. Let's have a look at the live league table. Bolton 1, Exeter 0. Bolton close to a promotion. I'm not following League 2, so Stoke 0, QPR 1 on 17. Stoke 0, QPR 1. They're one of the teams in the race for the 8th place, 7th place trophy. Right, I'm now seeing the Rotherham goal. Is it McDonald who gets robbed? Oh, dear. And in slips Adam Armstrong, who is really... Does Armstrong overtake Timu Pukki now or go level with him with that goal? Incredible end to the season Armstrong's having for Blackburn. He capitalises there on the poor touch by... It was Angus MacDonald, wasn't it? And Armstrong, let me just double check because he scored a hat-trick last week. He scored 2 a couple of weeks before. Let me just check goals. Yeah, so Armstrong's going to go level with Timu Pukki as things stand right now. Barrow 1, Southend 0, which you guys are telling me is going to be very problematic for Southend down in League 2. Luton 1, Middlesbrough 0. Loads of goals today. Who scored for QPR, guys? We're behind here. I said 0-1 Armstrong. It just came earlier than expected. We've had a goal for QPR. Plymouth 0, Sunderland 1. Sunderland can't catch Peterborough anymore, but they're winning against Plymouth. Stoke 0, QPR 1. And Luton 1, Middlesbrough 0. I need to update the ticker. Goals here today. So far, Charlie Austin. Thank you, Adrian. Who scored for Luton then? Surprised Armstrong hasn't attracted the attention of lower Premier League teams. I think he has. Bit of a quiet middle of the season. Here's the goal from Conway as Bialkowski and Cooper collide with each other. Deary me. Before we've even seen the Luton goal, Middlesbrough have equalised. Luton 1, Middlesbrough 1. It's Hull 1, Wigan 0. Hull, I think, are going to be champions if everything stays the same and they keep on winning. I think they're closing in on the League One title. Colin Kazim Richards just getting in the box there for Derby. It's a good block by Cabango. It's Derby's probably best chance so far. I must admit, this is somewhat distracting trying to do all of the games as well as this Swansea Derby game. Certainly we can switch our full attention in the second half. Keep your comments coming, guys. Luke Garbett, you can still find him. Who's Garbett playing for? Is it Blackpool? Oh, so Northampton are losing, are they? Oh, so that's going to be Northampton down as things stand. Northampton are going to be out of League One as things stand. Here is Grimes for Swansea. Fans of Wickham, fans of Sheffield Wednesday, fans of Rotherham need a goal from Swansea here. Dander plays that one round the corner. A little lull. I'm just seeing the QPR. We are so on the beach with some of these goals. Oh, for goodness sakes. Dykes just robs it off the Stoke centre half. That's a hell of a finish by Charlie Austin, actually. Just drills it in from the edge of the box. But come on, guys. I think there's been about 3 goals already featuring the centre-back being robbed or the ball being given away or something like that. It's real end-of-season stuff. Hull 1-1 now. Maybe they're not going to be champions just yet. Here is Cullen back to Dander and Bidwell. So the Luton goal was scored by Glenn Ray and the Borough goal was scored by Duncan Watmore, who's been a decent signing, hasn't he, for free this season. I think it's free, wasn't he? Oh, AFC Wimbledon 1, Portsmouth 0. That's more bad news for Northampton and who's the other team down there? Rochdale in League One. Hopefully we are all up to date on the ticker. It's Swansea 0, Derby 0. In the big game down here. As things stand, this is all okay for Derby. 0-0 does the job for Derby, and especially with Rotherham behind as well. Let's go to the live league table. And what the live league table tells us is that everything stands the same. Rotherham would need a minimum 3 points. So as things stand, Wednesday and Wickham will both go down, and Rotherham would need to score at least a point against Luton on Tuesday, or they would go down. Oh, Hungbo's gone off. That's no good. Looking forward to seeing him today. Need to update Brighton. Thank you. Let's get that done. Brighton leading against Leeds up in the Premier League. One of our dearly departed. We'll have a look at that in the review. Actually, I was going to speak to LTFC Don Ram. LTFC Don Ram, why is that warehouse in there doubled in height over about the last 3 days? My horizon is changing. Shrewsbury 2, Oxford 1. Hull 2, Wigan 1. They're having loads of fun, Hull, aren't they? They're already up. They're playing for the title. And they're 2-1 up now. Here comes the Luke Garbutt goal. Oh, finish. Drilled in. He was on loan at Ipswich last season. Luke Garbutt. Know him well. 25 gone. Swansea 0. Derby 0. I'm afraid it's only going to be big moments from me in this game. Too much else going on to get a real feel for it. Kazim Richards holds it up. And it's pinged forward. Looks like Derby are going fairly sort of low risk, no thrill stuff in this one. You don't blame them. And look how well that's worked for Birmingham, you have to say, who've been brilliant since Lee Bowyer got there. Byrne just jumped into his man there. I think he's going to get a yellow card from referee Ward. Jumped into Jamal Lowe. This is the sort of thing that Derby got to be worried about. A red card today, not the day to be going down to 10 men. I hear every Rotherham fan saying, how was that any different to Matt Crooks jumping into Grant Hall? A little bit of extra force from Crooks. Nathan Byrne gets the yellow card. 10 for the season. We passed our amnesty point now, where you don't get banned. I don't recall. Blackburn dominating. That says Iain. Not going well for Jamal Lowe. Looks a bit groggy after that aerial challenge. 3-1 Blues incoming. They're 1-0 down at the moment, Kieran. Optimistic. We love to see it. Kazim Richards knocks it out to Edmondson. Deep cross looking for Waghorn. Woodman had to just kind of touch that over the crossbar there. To be honest, every time I've got a couple of minutes to look at this game, it has been Derby seemingly doing more of the attacking. Woodman got that right, actually. He was landing right on top of the bar, so we just had to push it over. Corner for the Rams. Jamal Lowe comes back on. Lowe and Nathan Byrne, of course, were teammates last season at Wigan. In comes the corner from Shinnie. And it's a goal kick signalled by referee Bond. Gutted for Hungbo, looking good as well. That is a shame. We always big up the youngsters when we see them getting into the team for a rare start, and shame to see them going off injured. Shrews 2, Oxford 1. And there's the Sunderland goal. Stewart scored that one. Nice little finish from the right-hand side. Goal kick to Derby. Not goal kick, free kick. Quite far up the pitch. The rain is lashing down in Swansea. Roos kicks it long. Dander comes back to control. Norwich 1, Reading 1 on 30. We went 9 minutes without a goal there. Norwich 1, Reading 1. That will keep happy all the Norwich fans who are very concerned about winning the title today. Norwich 1, Reading 1. We will await details on that goal. No doubt from the chat. Typical Norwich goal. What, loads of passes and a good finish. Yawn, says Steve. He's having fun. Oh, now interesting one, this one. Peterborough 0, Lincoln 1. That wasn't in the script for Posh today. They only need a draw, really. Right, I'm finally seeing the Luton goals. Glenn Ray bundles the first one in. Millwall 2, Bristol City 1, by the way. Millwall 2, Bristol City 1. And we're about to see Duncan Watmore's equaliser at the Kenny for Borough. Crossing from the left, just glances their header. I don't know if someone got in Sluga's way there because looked quite savable. Here comes Swansea down the right. Roberts low cross cleared out by Knight. Brentford 1, Watford 0. There you go, you Norwich fans. That would be... No, disallowed. Disallowed. I will keep my powder dry on that one. Let me just update the ticker. See all you guys, you're on the Bet365 app, the same as me, aren't you? Seeing them all coming through at once. Oh, no. So many mistakes in the goals in this game. It's a bad back pass and Reading don't get it clear. I think it's Dowell has stuck that one in for Norwich. That must be the 4th or 5th goal directly from some defensive ineptitude today that we have seen. Millwall went 2-1 up, didn't they? We got any other ones to add on? No, because the Brentford one wasn't even a goal. That was fake news. Dowell with the goal for Norwich. No, that's brutal. Not a Lecco fan. Scott Malone with another great strike. Was it really? His highlight reel is going to look lovely this season for Millwall. Scott Malone. What a season he's had. If Norwich win the championship, then your prediction will be right. Now, for the first time in months, I did have a look back at my pre-season predictions. We will be reacting next Sunday. But some of them pretty good. Others, Stoke, not good. Barnsley, not good. Bournemouth, not good. I've got a few absolute bangers in there. Some awful predictions, but there you go. And we all put our money where our mouth was, don't we? Because we've got a £100 bounty. And I screenshotted all the predictions at the start of the season. So we'll see. It was Peter who put up the £100 bounty. We'll see who is going to win that super prize for the most correct predictions. Yeah, just seeing that Lincoln goal. I mean, it could facilitate a magnificent comeback in League One, but it could just be keeping the posh champagne on ice. There's the table up the top there. So if Lincoln do win that game, they'll go to within 5 points. And then Lincoln have a game in hand on the Tuesday, which is at Charlton. If they win that, they would be able to catch Peterborough on the last day of the season. Oof. I'm the dude gives me a super chat every time Kieran Dowell scores. Unbelievable. Thank you very much. Very, very kind. Kieran Dowell has obviously just scored for Norwich to equalise for the Canaries. I'm still awaiting to see this Scott Malone goal. Burton 0, Gillingham 1. Love him or loathe him, Steve Evans has done a great job at Gillingham this season. Oh, Rochdale 0, Doncaster 1. That's going to be... So at the moment, Rochdale and Northampton are going down, aren't they? They're both losing. That was one of our more obvious permutations today. Rochdale and Northampton lose, they're down. And I think Wimbledon were winning at 1 point, but there's a lot to keep up with here, for goodness sakes. Here come Swansea with Dander down the right. And they've got it back. Just knocking it about between the centre halves. Have Swansea here. Swansea 0, Derby 0. As things stand, Wycombe and Sheffield Wednesday are both going to be going down. Also, as things stand with Rotherham losing, if Derby were to score, everybody's dead, Dave. Everything will be done. And none of the bottom three will be able to catch Derby or indeed Huddersfield, who are currently going to add on another point to their total today. They're level with Coventry. Wayne Rooney looks on in the rain at Swansea, the Derby County manager. If Lincoln get promoted, it'll be quite a remarkable achievement considering how they were playing non-league 4 years ago. Yes, it'll be a good achievement. I know I'll get comments saying, look, there's been money at Lincoln. We know there has been, but the Cowleys did a great job there. And Michael Appleton, it looks like he's going to have in the playoffs at least, doesn't it? Or they could do a miraculous last-minute overtake of Peterborough. We will see. Easy permutation of the day there, Ewan. Barrow win, Southend relegated. Is that a head-to-head? I must admit I haven't been covering League 2. Hashtag as things stand. Someone told me off for saying that the other day. I thought I must say that more often then. You can check out my season reviews. We have already got season reviews up for Sheffield United in the Premier League. We've done Norwich, we've done Watford, we've done Bournemouth, we've done Barnsley, we've done Swansea, Brentford and Reading. I will confess, there are a couple more in the can. I'm sure which ones you can guess that should certain eventualities happen today, I press a button and they go live. So we will see. We're dropping like flies. More substitutions at Watford. Hornet gags or at Brentford. Who's the guy sitting behind the Reading manager who looks like Ryan Reynolds? Lucky guy if he looks like Ryan Reynolds because he's got movie star looks. Dander crosses in. All good clearance by Edmondson. The flag did go up. Cullen was running in behind. Oh, yeah. You're very welcome, Annie, for the card. We'll do a proper plug in a sec. Preston 1, Barnsley 0, 38. Preston lead against playoff destined Barnsley. They're definitely going to be in there, regardless of the final games. So Preston have taken the lead. If anyone give me the goal scorer for that. That would be great. There is a attempted diagonal forward. Derby going to break away with it with Josviak down the right. Let me just stick that Preston goal on here. Preston 1, Barnsley 0 on 38. Success on for Watford now. Odds on 0-0 at Swindon. High, Smokey Joe. Not that I'm advocating anyone to bet on that, but what are you going to do, hey? I need to look into this Cambridge game. That's the second time I've been asked last night. I believe it was it 5-4 against Harrogate? Sounds like fun to me. Birmingham 0, Cardiff 2 at St Andrews. Cardiff are 2-0 up. Not St Andrews. At the Trillion Trophy Asia Stadium. Still 0-0 here at Swansea. Story. I should look forward to this one by the sounds of it. Sounds like a good goal scored by Preston. Just going to add the Cardiff goal onto the ticker. And I'm just a little bit behind you on Soccer Saturday here. And here it comes. Corner swung in. You were having me on. Just a bit of a pinball from the corner and forced over the line by Story. My expectations were high. They were not met. Inflated high. Harding on for McDonald. Defo St Andrews. There we go. I'll go with my first instincts then. Naughty Daryl. I think Daryl should go in the fake news sin bin for suggesting a wonder goal at Preston. Get him in there. Smith, low. Low, good feet. Dander. Coming down the left for Swans. Dander's been fouled there, has he? By Knight. Referee Bond giving nothing. Players hitting the deck 10 to the dozen. Byrne went heavily in there. He's already on a yellow card as well. He needs to be careful. Nathan Byrne. To be fair to referee Bond there, he tried to let quite a few things go. And he didn't. Oh, Nathan Byrne, if Bond didn't see that, he's lucky because he's already on a yellow card. He slid in. Oh, goodness. And he caught Jamal Lowe again. I think there was too many bodies in the way for the ref Bond to see that, but the foul was given. No yellow card given. Interesting. Imagine a final day with the top 2, top 6 and relegation spots all decided before kickoff. We may not have to imagine it. Harry Wilson is the goal scorer again for Cardiff. I think I'm going to be able to see that goal. Am I? Free kick swung in. Good punch away by Keller-Roos. And I think, can I wind that back on the iPad? Wilson sticks the free kick in from outside the box. So Harry Wilson is potentially on a hat-trick of goals from outside the box here. He's already got 2 and we're not at half-time yet. Having a good day is Mr. Wilson. Does Byrne not like Jamal Lowe? It would appear not. Beaten by great goals at least, Birmingham, so fair play. Yeah, he could be on for quite the hat-trick, couldn't he, Wilson? First was an absolute beaut, wasn't it? Uh, 42-45 gone in Swansea derby. 0-0 there. Well, everybody pray silence, please. Everybody, are you ready? After over 10 hours, it is Swindon 0, Ipswich 1. Unbelievable scenes. Remember where you were on Saturday, the 1st of May at 3:44. Where were you when Ipswich Town scored a goal? I'm just humbled to have shared this moment with all of you guys. I didn't have a speech prepared. I didn't expect the goal to come. But, ladies and gentlemen, Ipswich have scored. It is Swindon 0, Ipswich 1. Unbelievable scenes. I may have over-egged that goal, but what are you going to do, hey? What are you going to do? Here is Grimes. Who's the goal scorer, by the way? Cleaning the fish tank. Nice. James Norwood with a penalty. Unbelievable, John. I think I might get it tattooed on me. It's been such a seminal moment in my life. Oh dear. Too much sarcasm here from me. Here's Lawrence. Edmondson down the left. Lawrence. Josviak. Josviak into Lawrence. Back to Josviak. It's broken for him. Oh, couldn't quite sort his feet out there. Roberts is a tricky opponent there at right back. Managed to win it. And Clark has been penalised for a foul. Josviak nearly doing some business there. As we come up to half-time in all our 3 p.m.s here, we're into stoppage time at Swansea. Let me know when your game's gone half-time, and we'll get to the live league tables and see how things stand. I think at the moment, Peterborough are going nowhere. AFC Wimbledon 1, Portsmouth 2. That's good news for Rochdale and who else is chasing? Northampton. But they're both losing. So at the moment, those two are going down. At the moment, Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe are both going down. Rotherham are losing. We are a Derby goal away from having nothing to play for on the final day of the season. Peterborough 0, Lincoln 2. Hello. Peterborough 2 down at half-time. All they needed was a draw today against Lincoln, who are their most direct rivals. And they are 2-0 down. Half-time at Swansea. Swansea 0, Derby 0. Let me know when your half-times are in. Let's bring up the live league table in the Championship. So as things stand, hashtag as things stand, let me just remove all of the banners. As things stand, Norwich are going to be the champions with both Norwich and Watford drawing. Obviously, you can add Brentford into the bargain there. We don't so much know what this means in terms of the playoffs because they're still next week. But right now, as things stand, the 2 semi-finals are going to be Brentford versus Barnsley, with Barnsley at home first, and Swansea versus Bournemouth, with Bournemouth at home first. So Reading are level. Cardiff are leading, looking good in the 8th place cup. QPR are leading as well up at Stoke. Middlesbrough level. They're going to be nearly locked into position, but nobody really is in the middle there. Millwall leading against Bristol City. Luton level. Preston are close. No, they're not going to make it, are they? But they're top of the bottom half, Preston, without a full-time manager in there. Look at Stoke in 14th. That's poor. Really, really poor from Stoke. 3rd year of the parachute payments there, the Bet365 money. Blackburn are having a good end of the season. They are leading. Adam Armstrong started scoring again. He's up to 25 goals for the season. Armstrong, he's had a hat-trick last week and 2 a few games before that, or a couple of games, can't remember exactly which. Coventry there, they're safe, and Birmingham got some youngsters in. Bristol City are losing again, and anyone who's been following, I've been sent this, they are the worst team in the league now over 30 games. It may even be more when we work it out and get to the end of the season. They've just been dreadful for the longest time now. Bristol City, pretty much since game number 15, I think we're saying, aren't we? Huddersfield have the point, which at the moment is going to have them safe. Derby, as it stands, are safe. And Sheffield Wednesday, Wycombe and Rotherham are in the bottom 3. With Sheffield Wednesday would be relegated as things stand. So would Wycombe. Rotherham, weirdly, even though they're going bottom, still have the highest upside because they would have the game in hand. So they could go to 42 points and be within striking distance of Derby obviously, as we've said many, many times, if Derby score, everybody's done in the bottom three. And we go into the last day of the season with absolutely nothing to play for. Right, do me a favour, guys. I'm going to take 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Fill the chat out with some questions and comments and some topics, whatever. And we can get through those as we go through half times. This is the Saturday Super Stream. I will be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Saturday Super Stream. We are halfway through Swansea 0, Derby 0, which is kind of like half of a watch along, isn't it? But really, we've been enjoying all of the other games. Get your comments in and your questions. We are 3 hours, 32 minutes into the stream. It's good for your soul. It's good for your heart, streaming for this long. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Get some questions in as we go through halftime. The big stories as things stand. Sheffield Wednesday are down. Wycombe are down as things stand. And a goal for Derby would then relegate all three of the current bottom three, Rotherham, Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe. Of course, that can change. It can't change for Sheffield Wednesday because they're all done in terms of them engineering their own way out. But if Swansea were to score, then we will go to the final week. But those sides down the bottom, either Rotherham need to get some goals for themselves or we need a Swansea goal for it to go to the last day of the season. In League One, interestingly at the top, Peterborough are 2 down at home to Lincoln. So there's potential for that going to the last day of the season. Big potential now, especially if Lincoln can win their game in hand against Charlton in midweek. I think down at the bottom of League One, issues for Northampton and Rochdale. I think they're both losing and they're both going down as things stand. Let me know what you consider the big story today. Do you know what we'll do? Let's call it Championship Watch Along. And we'll go to some of your questions in just a second. We'll stick that up there. We don't want to deter people if they think the Swansea Derby game's a damp squib. We are covering everything. Please hit like on the stream. Try and draw some other people in wherever you're watching, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. Obviously, we are in the middle of a social media blackout, which I support the cause of heavily. No one wants to see anybody be insulted or abused by horrible people on social media. This has become my job, so I'm afraid I have to be here doing the super stream. We got to put some food on the table for sure, but obviously well behind the cause, having suffered my fair share of personal insults and abuse in the chat, some of which you've all seen, haven't you? But generally, we try and have a higher standard here than the general level of the internet. Let's say thank you very quickly to David, who sponsors our super streams. Fan of the channel, happy to support great content. He's a Watford fan. He is on the beach today. Thank you, all you guys who have been, and I know because I can see the numbers who've been visiting Cards Plug, and a few of you buying these cards as well. Brilliant. 20% off your order at Cards Plug. Visit cardsplug.com/Bloom. Enter the discount code Bloom at checkout. Get one of these bad boys. They'll give you a wall fixing kit as well. Send it in the post. Super, super quick. Great service for all you gamers, or if you've got sons, daughters, whoever, who like to play certain football games that I may or may not be contractually allowed to mention. You can certainly get involved at cardsplug.com. Should we go to some comments? Best goal of the season. Anyone want to do that? Especially best watch-along goal of the season. Might be a fun one, mightn't it? Opinions on Line of Duty. Well, I try not to, being as I analyse football so much, I very much enjoy Line of Duty, so I don't want to analyse it too much. So I enjoy it tomorrow night when I watch it, but I think it's a fantastic show. I've really been enjoying it. How realistic is that Derby get points deduction next season? Pass. I haven't read into that. I would have to find out. Obviously, a lot of accounts haven't gone in yet, so obviously, if it's possible, if there's issues there have been in the past. Have I watched HITC? No. DM me that one. I'm the dude. I'd like to. Millwall 2, Bristol City wins a half-time from Chris there. We've been the better team, but Bradshaw was ineffective up front, although he should have had a pen, which limits us. Been a bit lax defensively. Need Kiefton Bell. Chris loves Kiefton Bell, doesn't he? In the central midfield. Reading playing with a bit more freedom than in recent weeks. Nice to see Elise and Swift together in the team for once, isn't it? Both sides well aware referee Langford is weak and easily influenced. By the way, sorry for you patrons. I know Mr. E's a Patreon. We will get the Q&A. Do you know what? I'll have to do it tomorrow. Been so back and forth with everything. We got classics reviewed up on Thursday, so we'll drop the Q&A in ASAP. Thank you, everybody, for your patience over on Patreon as well. Rotherham picked a bad time to go on a rapid losing streak. There's never a good time, but this feels like it's very much the worst time as well. Biggest places gained or lost with one goal. Do you remember earlier in the season when it wasn't one goal though? I tend to like the ones where someone's miles away and they score 3 goals or something. But remember Luton and Sheffield Wednesday earlier in the season, and that swing there. The one that got me was in the Premier League when we were doing Fulham and Villa, and Fulham were going out of the relegation zone, and then Villa quickly scored 3 goals at the end of their game. And by God, look where Newcastle are now, and look where Fulham are now. Did I hear Ipswich owner on price of football? Yes, I did. Obviously, it's lovely to hear the things the new Ipswich owner is saying. We're at the point now where, if you're an Ipswich fan, you'll have heard several of these interviews. And whilst everything he may be saying may be true, and we may be nodded along, hopefully it'll happen, we're at the point now where, okay, we've heard what they have to say, and action time starts when the season finishes for sure, with contracts, and then when the transfer window opens again. So, yeah, very nice to hear some of the stuff, but, you know, we're into repeated territory now with a lot of what the new owners are saying for sure. This is the Saturday Super Stream. Please hit like and please subscribe. We've gone up nicely, actually. 15,000. Actually, let me give you, I'll give you a live subscription update on YouTube where numbers have been going really good. So thank you, everybody, for subscribing. What does it say? 15,624, which, considering it only feels like 5 minutes ago, went over 15,000. So brilliant. Please hit subscribe if you're new to the channel. Helps us grow. Perception is reality as well. When new people see that big high number, they, even if I am rubbish, they think I'm good anyway. So please hit subscribe. Help me out. Bits, where were you when Ipswich scored a goal? Sensational. Team of the season video was excellent. Thank you, everybody. I've got it up here, actually. My team of the season. And this was a big challenge as well. Only 2 players per club. And I've done 9 subs and a manager as well. All good fun. Lots of moaning and whining about me, including Bielik. I suppose that was a bit of a wild card because he hasn't played very many games. But, hey, you got to have one, haven't you? That was my team. As I've said repeatedly on that channel, I'm not interested in anybody's critiques of my team. I am thoroughly interested in other people putting their own team in as well. So go and find that video. Let me know when your second half has kicked off, because we are about to kick off Swansea versus Derby County, which is 0-0. A big half of football coming up. And as things stand, we're going to lose Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe, and we are a Derby goal away from also losing Rotherham. Let me know when your second half has kicked off, which game you're watching, etc. Rob Dickey, a great shout. Yeah, nice to have. Sometimes people, they literally just pick out the top 4 or 5 teams and just fill their team with it, don't they? So good to have that. Nathan Jones and Dewsbury Hall comment got removed, did it? Oh, I can't be dealing with those type of comments. Deary me. The best comment I got on that team of the season video was someone put, I love how half of this video is Ben explaining the rules and treating football fans like children. And then he put, and the thing that makes me laugh the most is how necessary that is. And you literally, Liam, you do it, you explain the rules over and over again, and you still, there is Andre Ayew in one of the best shell suits I think I've ever seen. Anyone see that on Sky? That was beautiful. Yeah, you explain over and over again, and then the first comment you get is, where's Dewsbury Hall? He got robbed. Pookie got robbed. And it's like, put your own team. Deary me. Right, heavens have opened at Carrow Road. Interesting. Weird weather today, isn't it? Big rainstorm in this game, but it looks okay. Let me know when your second half is kicking off. Thoughts on the actual team of the season? I'll stop you there. I'm the dude. Kazim Richards has a shot. It's subjective. There is no actual team of the season. Do you know what I mean? It's a subjective exercise. So I don't believe that the EFL team of the season is the team of the season because it's fantasy and subjective. I don't believe there can be an official one. I believe that your team is as valid as my team is as valid as whoever at the EFL made their team. So anyone can pick anybody, frankly. Brentford 1, Watford 0 on 46. Is it Ivan Toney, anybody? And Derby have scored. Oh, straight into the second half. Tom Lawrence has scored a mighty, mighty, huge goal for Derby, which is going to relegate, as things stand, Sheffield Wednesday, Wycombe and Rotherham. Tom Lawrence wheels away. He has scored for Derby. Oh, goodness me. A goal that could relegate 3 teams, essentially. My God, Derby have taken the lead. It was worked down the right. Joshviak crosses it in. Kazim Richards with the first header. Waghorn then sets it back up for Nathan Byrne. He crosses in. Little bit of sleep there, Connor Roberts, but it's a good run in front of him from Tom Lawrence, who headers it in. It's Swansea 0, Derby 1. That is a huge goal. We'll go to the live league table in just a second, but a mighty big championship goal. Wayne Rooney fist pumps with Liam Rossinia. As things stand, everything is going to be done before the last week of the season. Brentford took the lead into the bargain there as well. Brentford 1, Watford 0, but a far more goal with far bigger implications for many more teams was that goal by Tom Lawrence for Derby County. It was Marcus Force who scored for Brentford. They lead over Watford. As things stand, and Sky have put it up, there's going to be a 6-point gap between Wednesday and Wycombe and Derby, and Rotherham a 7-point gap. So at the moment, everybody is down. All eyes on Rotherham and all eyes on Swansea, really. The only thing that can change anything now is A, a Rotherham goal, and B, a Swansea goal. A Swansea goal brings the other teams back into it. A Rotherham goal will only bring Rotherham back into it. And obviously, Wednesday and Wycombe will still be done. A huge goal scored by Tom Lawrence for Derby County. Woof. Get your comments in. I hope for entertainment's sake that Swansea score at least one. Can Derby hold out for 40 minutes? Have Swansea had their penalties yet? Dennis, don't make me, if you're a Norwich fan, don't make me bring the who's had the most penalties numbers up, because we know how that doesn't end well, because it's not Swansea for sure. Come on, Swansea, says Henry. I was impressed, despite your rules and 9 subs, you managed to pick a team that didn't need one of our Huddersfield mercenaries on the bench to make up the numbers. Again, Alfonso, pick your own team, my friend. You can get your 2 Huddersfield players in there. I didn't. And that is my right as a man with an opinion. I would love to hear yours too. There's Tom Lawrence again, wheeling away a gigantic goal. It takes a Derby 1, final day excitement 0. That is correct, but the Derby fans will not care in the slightest about that. We're going to see Marcus Force scoring a goal here for Brentford. Canos smashes it across the box, I think it was, and Force puts it home. Preston 2, Barnsley 0. We're on the beach with that one. Let's put hashtag as things stand, the live league table up. None of our players deserve a spot. Karoma's been good. Shame he didn't get to play all season. But believe me, Alfonso, I've heard plenty more whining from people than that about, where's my player? Where's my player? Deary me. Fair comment today. I don't really care. There we go. Hashtag as things stand. Okay, let's bring up the live league table. So have a quick look at the top. I know it's kind of unimportant, but Brentford are going to be guaranteed 3rd place after today. And look at the rest of them. They're all losing. Bournemouth, Swansea and Barnsley are all losing. So looks like Brentford are going to go to 84 points whilst everybody else is losing. So Brentford are going to be a 2nd successive 3rd place finish. In the past 2 seasons, it's only parachute teams and Marcelo Bielsa that's finished above Brentford. Can they get over the line in the playoffs this season? Also on Brentford as well, let me just bring up the 10-year averages. They will, if they beat Watford today, surpass the 10-year average for automatic promotion. I know it doesn't mean a thing, because Watford and Norwich were in the same league as them in the season they scored it, and they scored more. But it's a really nice total for Brentford. How many points did Brentford finish with last season? 81? I cannot recall. Down at the bottom of the table, you will see, as things stand, with Derby leading Everybody's going down, and only Rotherham can do a thing about it, and Swansea. So that is the state of play at the moment. I don't know what we're going to do on the final day of the season. I really don't know. Oh dear. A 24-hour super stream. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I've got the energy to do that. Barnsley trying to avoid Bournemouth. Well, I don't think it's happening, Anthony, because still anyone can be anywhere. Everybody's losing. So nobody's avoiding anybody. We'll see on the last day of the season. Peterborough 0, Lincoln 3, by God. Millwall 3, Bristol City 1. I'm just seeing the Preston goal. Ched Evans, long throw in, flicked on, and Evans puts it home. And Millwall just scored, didn't they? Millwall 3, Bristol City 1 on 52. Millwall in that chase for sort of 7th, 8th place. Derby are the better side in the second half, aren't they? And they are leading. What a performance by Lincoln today, you guys are all saying. Brilliant stuff. As things stand, yeah, we could focus on League One, actually, couldn't we, Chris? That sounds quite fun, especially if Lincoln have looked like they're going to win 3. They're 3-0 up today, and especially if they win their game in hand on Tuesday. Have loads of break and throw in some music. Actually, that sounds quite fun. We could actually set up the we could actually have a very musical super stream. Lots of coffee for a 24-hour stream. Barrow 1, Southend 2. Someone tells me what that means down at the bottom of the table. I just need to get into my head what happens if Swansea do score. That only affects Rotherham now, doesn't it? Sheffield Wednesday need 2 goals, right? For Swansea. So it really is not looking good for Sheffield Wednesday. Hashtag as things stand. Southend, excuse me, don't get relegated yet. Yeah, I think we might do that. We'll see what there is left to play for in League One by that point. Bidwell crosses, Whittaker arriving, former Derby County player. Forsyth heads it out. Here is Roberts. Roberts knocks it back to Dander. Dander. Roberts. Plenty in the box. The ball's not gone in there, though. I think it's Cabango waving his hand, saying, why aren't you putting it in the box? Jamal Lowe's going to do that now. In it goes. Cabango does actually win the header, but they've got it clear. Billy Mitchell, tremendous stuff. Millwall youngster has scored to make it 3-1. Here's Lowe. Lowe plays it back to Roberts. 56 minutes gone here. So, played through. Cullen touch. Cullen hits the shot. Easy save by Keller Roos. Was he offside? Yes, he was. So let me figure this out. So both Wycombe and Sheffield Wednesday need 2 Swansea goals, and Rotherham need themselves to score a goal. Rochdale 0, Doncaster 2. I think that's Rochdale done, isn't it? Good question, Kenny. Can someone work that out? Can someone give us Lincoln's goal difference and Peterborough's goal difference? We're all just looking for that last day of the season mega game, aren't we? Billy Mitchell first senior goal. Chris, hopefully I will get there in a second. Millwall 3-1 up. I think we need to update the ticker. How are we doing on that there ticker? I think I've got all the other goals other than the third Mill goal there, haven't we? Oh no, Preston 2 up against Barnsley, aren't they? Andre Ayew's shell suit is a thing of absolute beauty. I want one. I'll do the last super stream in the shell suit, for God's sake. Right, everybody calm down. I need you all to calm down. It's Swindon 0, Ipswich 2. Not only have Ipswich scored, but they've scored again. Unbelievable scenes. Swindon 0, Ipswich 2. The playoffs are still... Stop it. Swindon 0, Ipswich 2. Wow. 24 plus 24 Lincoln plus 31 Peterborough. So you'd want there to be 2 points in it rather than 3 points in it going to the final day. If it's happening. Excited for Hillsborough next season. Can nearly book your ticket there, Katie. What a day to be an Ipswich fan. I mean, it's up there, isn't it? It's up there with winning the league in 62, the FA Cup in 78, UEFA Cup in 81, playoffs in 2000, fifth place Premier League finish. It's up there with the greatest days Ipswich fans have ever had. 2 goals in one game for Ipswich. Sensational. Yeah, it's going to need to be a big swing, isn't it, on the final day still for Lincoln. And they still need to go to Charlton and win in midweek. But it's on. Millwall 4, Bristol City 1. Nigel Pearson confirmed as the full-time Bristol City boss. He has got some work to do there, hasn't he? Millwall 4, Bristol City 1. There you go. Remember that important moment. Mr. Tib was ordering a McDonald's on Just Eat. James Nord has scored twice for Ipswich today. Could be the first player in 100 years to score a hat-trick for Ipswich. That's not true. Grant Ward scored a hat-trick for Ipswich on the opening day of the 17-18 season, I believe, or 16-17, can't remember. A Brentford penalty. Is that the case? Could this be the 30th goal of Ivan Toney's season if Brentford do indeed have a penalty? All eyes on that game, please. And I hate to say it, biased at the door, but good luck to Ivan Toney. We'd love to see someone get to the 30 goals. It's Brentford 2, Watford 0. And I have a sneaking suspicion that Ivan Toney has become the first player since Glenn Murray to score 30 goals in a season. Can somebody confirm that for me? Brentford have gone 2-0 up. And I think we're agreeing that Ivan Toney has... that's worth a round of applause, isn't it? Ivan Toney, 30 goals in a championship season. The first player since Glenn Murray to do it. Take a bow, Ivan Toney. Brilliant stuff. First season in the league. Signed from Peterborough, obviously. He's been fantastic. And Toney scores his 30th goal of the season. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Take a bow, Ivan Toney. As Derby are lining up an attacking free kick. Lawrence swings it in. Flick goal was by Matt Clark. Such a big Ipswich flavour in this Derby team with Lawrence, Waghorn and Clark in there. What was I going to put up there? Brentford 2, Watford 0. Big congratulations to Ivan Toney, who has 30 league goals this season. A sensational achievement. No one seems to be able to do it anymore, do they? Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Well done, Toney. What an achievement. 35 million, I reckon, for Toney. Well, he scored more goals than Watkins did for Brentford, and they sold him for, I don't know what, 25, 30 million. So, yeah, brilliant stuff. A horrible ever by Callas in the centre of defence allows Bradshaw clean through, finished well. Bristol City are an absolute disgrace. Not good. Congratulations to Toney, excellent player in a good team. Very, very much so. Well said, everybody. Well done. Oh, here's Cabango back post. Headers it down. They've not scored. Oh, it rolled along the goal line. I think the ball's crossed the line. Swansea have equalised. Really, really big goal. Morgan Whittaker has scored. I didn't see the ball cross the line. Obviously, the goal line tech has gone off, but Whittaker has scored for Swansea, and maybe there's a chance now for Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe. That's good news for Rotherham as well. Unbelievable. Crossed into the back post by Danda, headed down. Whittaker heads it. Yes, there you go. There is the ball behind the goal line, and the goal line tech presumably went off. From the angle we were looking at, it looked like it was kind of rolling across the line. But we're going to get a better angle now. Here's Ivan Toney. Unbelievable. 30 goals in a championship season. 30 league goals. Brilliant from Toney. Here's a great angle. Well done, Sky. Still hard to see because the ball's a foot off the ground when it goes in. Wow. Big moment there. Derby fans, look away. It is Swansea 1, Derby 1. It is squeaky bum time. Good. Right. We've got the actual Hawkeye view now from the goal line decision. And that ball is like a millimetre or an inch over the goal line. Well done, goal line technology. And here comes Swansea again. I think that's Cooper that they've brought on. Working it down the right. And Derby have got to not collapse now. Remember, Derby led in the last game against Birmingham, lost 2-1. Norwich 2, Reading 1. Norwich are going to be champions today. It was O'Cooper and Manning have come on, and Derby cannot collapse now. They've been a very, very fragile team. I know fans of certain other teams are going to want them to collapse, but Peterborough 1, Lincoln 3. We had that down as already dealt with. We'll go to the live league table for you in just a second. Norwich 2, Reading 1. I'll update on that. If anyone has got goal scorers for me, Mitchell and Bradshaw obviously scored for Millwall. Too much going on here. Tony, Whittaker. Who scored for Norwich, guys? Chance. Roberts, he scored! Oh, Swansea 2-1 up against Derby. Unbelievable. Wow. What a turnaround. And Sheffield Wednesday are not relegated anymore. Roberts arrives at the back post and slams in the volley. Oh, goodness me. Swansea 2, Derby 1. I said they can't wilt now. They've been so fragile, and they have. Roberts on the back post, slams the volley in. Swansea 2, Derby 1. Sheffield Wednesday are safe now as things stand. Wycombe are still in it as well. What a turnaround. Swansea 2, Derby 1. Great finish by Roberts. Cushion volley in on the near post. Oh, Derby, what are they doing? So fragile, and they are collapsing. Swansea 2, Derby 1. Would you believe it? Oh, I've got to go to the comments. Here comes the Norwich goal. Kieran Dowell has scored a second for Norwich. Lovely finish, driven in from the angle. On the left foot, on the half volley. Here comes Swansea. Again, Jamal Lowe in the box. Lowe beats his man. He goes down. Oh, no, he's going to get booked for diving. Jamal Lowe is going to get booked for simulation. Oh, I don't believe this. Let's have a look at that one. Referee Bond was certain that Lowe had dived there in attempting to win a penalty. Oh, let's go. I will go to your comments in a second. That is a huge turnaround. Now, have a look at the bottom of the table. And are we getting a super stream next week? Because Derby can still be caught as things stand by Sheffield Wednesday. Okay, the goal difference with Wycombe minus 33 as things stand. Derby minus 22. So it needs a hell of a swing. But we would get the head-to-head ground zero next week between Sheffield Wednesday and Derby as things stand. Swansea have come from a goal down to go 2-1 up. Love the relegation gasm when the second goal went in. Oh, someone clip that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Been waiting for that first wow. Love to see it. I just want to apologise to Derby fans. We're not joying in the fact that joying is that even a word. We're not reveling in the fact Birmingham 0, Cardiff 3 that Derby are losing. It's the drama that we love. Has Harry Wilson got the hat trick? Anybody? Birmingham 0, Cardiff 3. Unbelievable stuff here. Derby took the lead at the start of the second half. Tom Lawrence scored, and then Whittaker and Roberts very quickly back-to-back goals to switch everything over, which means as things stand, we'll get a head-to-head between Sheffield Wednesday and Derby next week. Josh Viak off for Derby, Patrick Roberts on. Goodness me. Let me just update who just scored. Cardiff went 3 up at Birmingham. Lots of youngsters in that team. Ivan Toney as well. Congratulations. 30 league goals for Ivan Toney in a championship season. His first championship season. And what a season. But can he carry Brentford over the line in the playoffs? They look nailed on for third place. Shrewsbury 2. Oxford 2. Who was the Cardiff goal scorer, guys? Mark Harris. Thank you, Annie. Kieran Dowell added a second for Norwich. We did catch that in all the carnage here. My God. Swansea 2, Derby 1. Derby are losing. They were winning. We will have a look. Now, am I being fooled here from Evan? Because someone told me Preston had scored a wonder goal. And they hadn't. Huddersfield 0, Coventry 1. If Rotherham were to quickly score 2 goals, Huddersfield could still be caught, I have to say. Coventry have taken the lead on 69 minutes. Huddersfield 0, Coventry 1. Oh, well done, Hal. £222 on an Ivan Toney penalty. You love to see it. Was it for a 30-goal season? That was a very smart bet. Don't know what's going on outside. Sounds like the Batmobile's just gone by. In the last 11 games, Derby have used 6 different formations. Rooney has no clue how to play this team in the situation. Huddersfield 0, Coventry 1. If anyone has the Cov goal scorer, do let me know. Huddersfield 0, Coventry 1. Let's go again quickly to the bottom of the table. We're not going to see Rotherham missing yet another chance, are we? Oh, just driven across the goal by Ogbene, just wide of the far post. They've been hopeless in front of goal lately. Rotherham just not been scoring other than that QPR game where their finishing was great. But there we go. Got my Batmobile outside. You love to see it. Shipley, the goal scorer. Thank you very, very much. Pookie's playing rugby. That doesn't sound like him. Huddersfield will stay up because Derby are losing as it stands. Hashtag as it stands. Swindon 1, Ipswich 2. It's raining goals. Right. Let's bring up that live league table and we'll go through another billion permutations. 20 minutes to go here. There's the bottom of the table, guys. Oh, but here comes Swansea. Manning cuts it back. Cullen. Shot deflected wide. Did Manning even keep it in? I'm not sure. So Rotherham currently at bottom, but they have 2 games to go. They can still catch Derby. Wickham need 15 goals swing pretty much. Sheffield Wednesday can still catch Derby, and they play Derby on the last game of the season. As things stand, Huddersfield can only be caught by, actually, I don't think they can be caught by anybody. 47. Derby can't catch them. Wednesday can't catch them. Wickham can't catch them. Rotherham could, but they need 2 goals. As things stand, it's not happening. Stoke 0, QPR 2. We've spoken a lot about the 8th place trophy, haven't we? Or even 7th. QPR have been really, really decent for a good long while, haven't they? I think I'm about to see the Coventry goal. Let's have a look as the ball flies again past the post. Shipley, keeper should do better with that one, shouldn't he? I don't know if I'm being mean here. Do Huddersfield need a goalkeeper next season? I've seen a few go through Schofield's hands lately. Obviously, full respect to the player, but I'm just putting the question out there. Of course, Swindon's goal scored by Brett Pitman, a former Ipswich Town player. I still haven't seen Cardiff's goal by Harris. That could be me. Just got lost in the shuffle. QPR 2-0 up against Stoke. We will update the ticker and get that up on the screen. Stoke 0, QPR 2. Really poor from Stoke this season. I think they're down in 14th still. Let's have a look. 14th. Third year of parachute payments now done for Stoke. They have not utilised that advantage over those past 3 seasons. 3 different managers in there as well, Rowett and Jones and Michael O'Neill, and they can go in the rest of the pack in terms of broadcast income next season. Playing a live league table drinking game. Oh, don't tell me that. I'll just keep throwing it up there. Stevenage 2, Crawley 1. Here's Roberts, edge of the box for Derby. Burn manages to control it. Burn, can he sort his feet out? Burn against Lowe. Burn knocks it back to Roberts. Roberts on the left foot. Good defensive shape from Swansea. Knight out to Burn. Burn crosses it in, headed away by Ryan Bennett. And the attack survived. Hull 3, Wigan 1. Hull are going to be champions in League 1. Can't believe how poor Stoke have been second half of the season. Totally agree with you, Chris. Not good enough. Pretty much as soon as Tyrese Campbell got hurt, they were done, weren't they? Free kick to Derby down the right. Waghorn will swing this in with the left foot. Kake was the goal scorer for Rangers. Let's keep our close eyes. Anthony, I see the super chat. I'll go to it in just a second. Waghorn, he's going to smash this. I know this player well. In it comes. Good delivery, headed away by Connor Roberts. Anthony, it sorts your super stream as things stand. Thank you very, very much, sir. $4.99 super chat from Anthony. Oof. Did Ipswich really miss a penalty, Annie? Was it Norwood for a hat-trick as well? Here comes Kake's goal. Good move. Flowing stuff from QPR. Finished off with the right foot. Peterborough 2, Lincoln 3. Could Peterborough come back from 3-0 down to draw 3-3, which would secure them promotion? Oof. There we go. We've got Huddersfield comment on Schofield. I want Schofield to be the next Smithies. He's not ready to be first choice yet, but think Corberon could see that he is a keeper. Schofield, the least worst option for now. Thank you. There we go. As always, people who support these teams know more about this than I do, so great to get the knowledge in the chat. Will Peterborough get it back to 3-3 to confirm promotion? That'd be putting their fans through the ringer. Speaking of putting their fans through the ringer, spare a thought for Derby fans. 76 gone. They are 2-1 down. They need a goal. They desperately, desperately need a goal. And that goal for Derby would relegate Sheffield Wednesday and would relegate Wycombe. As it stands, Wednesday will be in a head-to-head with Derby next week. And Wycombe still mathematically, I know it's like 15 goals or whatever, still mathematically in with a chance. But there we go. God, this is exciting, says James. I hope so, because next week might not be. But it might be, especially if we get a head-to-head between Sheffield Wednesday and Derby. Goodness me. Thoughts if the scores stay the same, who would stay up next week? It'll probably be 0-0 in the most tense game anybody has ever seen, won't it? Just 10 men in defence for Derby all match. Throw in to Swansea. In it goes from Roberts. Cullen, nice touch. Cullen feeds it through. Jamal Lowe, he's in. He's put it in the net. He is offside. No goal, as I see the Peterborough players trotting back to half-time. Peterborough now are in a position where they know if they score the next goal in their game, they're promoted. Low by 2021 standards is a mile offside there. Brighton 2, Leeds 0. I didn't see that one coming, guys. And it's a bad result for our dearly departed down at the bottom of the league. I'm not really on board with that one, Brighton, I'm afraid, but well played. May the best team win and all that. Not good news for Fulham and West Brom. Oh, chance. Cassim Richards heads at goal. Palmed away by Woodman. Norwich are going to be champions. Norwich 3, Reading 1. Watford are 2-0 down. Has Dowell got the hat-trick? Has he managed it? 79 gone in this one. Swansea 2, Derby 1. Here comes a corner for Derby. Remember, a Derby goal relegates Sheffield Wednesday and Wickham. In comes the cross from Shinnie. Clark climbing on Bennett. Oh, it's tense. It's tense. Let's go to the live league table. Everybody drink. There you go. So, look, you can see Norwich are going to be champions. They're going to be 8 points clear, and they can finish on 99. A job thoroughly well done by Norwich. Look at that. 12 points clear of Brentford, who could finish 1 point behind Watford, actually, couldn't they? So, look, down at the bottom there, Derby on 43. If they score, they relegate Sheffield Wednesday and Wickham. As things stand, that Derby goal would not relegate Rotherham. It would take Derby to 44 points. Rotherham can still, with 2 wins, can still catch Derby. It's all getting very complicated. 80 minutes gone. Swansea 2, Derby 1. Quintia with the goal for Norwich. Huddersfield 1, Coventry 1. Huddersfield equalised. Derby are turning the screw a bit here. Lawrence crosses to the back post. Plenty of intensity from Derby that perhaps we didn't see from Sheffield Wednesday earlier today. But Wednesday were never behind, were they? And Derby are behind, and they need a goal. Quintia, the Norwich left back, was the goal scorer there. We had another goal come through in the meantime for Huddersfield. Anyone get the scorer ahead of me? Let me know in the chat. Stop baiting Derby to score. Unfortunately, Matt, I have no influence on events carried out by professional footballers in Wales from here. I'll just describe what's going on. What's going on? Huddersfield 1, Coventry 1 was the latest, and Norwich 3, Reading 1. Where is that on my ticker? There we go. Quintia. Anyone got the Huddersfield goal scorer for us, guys, in the chat? Danny Ward. There we go. You have influence. Maybe I'm H after all. I have influence. Superb free kick. I don't know which goal that is, the Norwich goal or the Huddersfield goal. We'll find out. Danny Ward, the goal scorer for Huddersfield, who are going to be safe under Carlos Corberán, and hopefully, for their sake, ready to build. Stanley 1, Charlton 0. That's not going to do Charlton's playoff chances any better. We'll have a look. You have influence on my nerves. I get on a lot of people's nerves, hey? Danny Ward scored, drops beer in shock. Take a bow. Danny Ward. Naj on for Wells. Probably the last we'll see of him. Might be the last you'll see of a few Bristol City players as we go into the last couple of games. We go into the last 10 minutes of Swansea 2, Derby 1. Stevenage 3, Crawley 2 in League 2. Kieran played a lot of youngsters and fringe players. Push on and get league mid-table form next season. Oh, I think I've just missed the Norwich goal. Let's wind back the iPad and I'll get a look at that. I think this is the free kick, is it? From Quintia. Left-footed. Oh, it's a lovely one into the top corner. Good goal by Quintia. And I think I'm about to see Huddersfield 1, Coventry 1. The Danny Ward goal. Corner comes in. Horrible spillage from, I think is it Wilson in goal for Cov or Morosi. Ward sticks it in. Northampton have just gone 2-0 down for home to Blackpool. Northampton are going down today. Northampton 0, Blackpool 2. I know there's a lot going on in the Championship. Let me just bring up the live League One table because a lot could still change there, particularly if Peterborough can score. I'm just going to keep an eye on this Derby attack. Here comes Forsyth down the left. Crosses deflected. Danda touch cleared away. Poor clearance by Danda. Forsyth recycles and Danda. Another pretty poor clearance, but I think they're going to get it back. Let's have a look. So there's your League One table as things stand, although here comes Sibley. Didn't even see him come on to Burn. And the tackle is won by Manning. So Peterborough score. They are promoted. Look at the playoff push. Rochdale 1, Doncaster 2. Rochdale have just got one back. As things stand, Rochdale are down and Northampton are down. If Rochdale or Northampton can equalise with Wigan losing, they could catch them on the last day of the season. Of course, we are in goal difference hell trying to add all of this stuff up. Look at the top of the table. Playoffs at the moment. Lincoln, Sunderland, Blackpool, Pompey with Oxford and Charlton having just gone behind. Bad news for them. Richard, legend. Thanks for the content this season. Kept me entertained while I couldn't go to games. Thank you, Richard. I'll drink to that. Edmondson, long throw in for Derby. Flipped on. Kazim Richards was there. It's going to be another crossing chance. Edmondson, surely he'll give it to Burn to cross. Yes, he does. Burn crosses in. Kazim Richards touch. Kazim Richards shot blocked by Bennett. Derby are on top here. They are turning the screw. Peterborough have hit the bar, apparently. If that had gone in, they would be promoted. What a game there at Peterborough. 3-0 down, back to 3-2. They know if they score. Kitchen sink time at London Road for the posh gym legend. This is stressful. Hope we stay up to keep getting the Bloom treatment. Thank you. £5 super chat from Jim, who's always been very, very kind. Dal subbed off despite being on the hat-trick. He got one for Wigan last season. Norwich have, however, gone 4-1 up. Norwich, champions. They go 4-1 up on 85 minutes as Jay Fulton's coming on for Jan Danda. Derby fans won't be pleased to see that. That's going to shore up midfield, you would think, or attempt to shore up midfield. A little bit more of a defensive-minded player. Corner for Derby, who, if they score, will relegate Sheffield Wednesday and Wickham in one fell swoop. They won't like that, though. Woodman makes the catch. Latest goal in the Championship. Norwich 4, Reading 1. Is there a big goal somewhere? Is there a big goal at Rotherham? Is there a big goal in this game? Or maybe at Peterborough? Birmingham 0, Cardiff 4. A hammering for the Birmingham youngsters today. They are fortunately on the beach, though. 4-0 to Birmingham. We're getting some end-of-season, proper end-of-season scorelines. 4-0 to Cardiff. I think I may have just said 4-0 to Birmingham. 4-0 at Birmingham would be more accurate. Be accurate at all, would it? Here is Burn for Derby. It's attack against defence. Derby are having a go at this. They have to. They need a goal. They're on a losing streak and they're going into a possible head-to-head with Sheffield Wednesday next week to stay in the league. Cross to the back post. Goal kick. Shrewsbury 2, Oxford 3. Has that changed the League One playoff picture? No, but Oxford are going to be within 1 point of Pompey going into what's going to be a very fun last week in League One. Keep your comments coming. Breathless stuff here as Derby try and force an equaliser. Peterborough need a goal for promotion in League One. Rotherham could really do with a goal against Blackburn, couldn't they? It is 4-0 to Birmingham. Let go with love. There we go. We got it the wrong way around. Wilson hat-trick. Well done, Harry Wilson. A hat-trick for him. Pookie has scored for Norwich. That puts him ahead of Armstrong. in the scoring charts. I think that is 26. Rotherham have equalised. Rotherham 1. Blackburn 1. Rotherham have the goal. Oh, my goodness me. Rotherham 1. Blackburn 1. God damn it. I'm going straight to the live league table. Have a look at this. Oh, this is going to be a bad day for Derby. Look at this. As things stand, Derby could actually finish bottom mathematically as things stand. Look at that. Rotherham have equalised. It's 1-1. Rotherham scored against Blackburn. I've got no idea who the goal scorer is, but look at that. All three teams mathematically in the bottom three can now catch Derby County. Wow! Rotherham with the equaliser. Absolute effing scenes here on the Super Stream. Sorry, I won't swear. Rotherham have equalised. Who was the goal scorer? Who cares? But all of that changes if Derby score. Ball into the box. Kazim Richards, chest down. Sibley knocks it back. Lawrence, edge of the box, drive, block. Lawrence again, left-footed. I think it hit Sibley on the way through. Oh, dear. Rotherham equalise. Any of the bottom three mathematically can catch Derby next week. Oh, my goodness me. Someone tell me who's playing who on the last day of the season. I don't believe this. We're going to see another Norwich goal. Terrible back pass there. Pookie through and sticks home the fourth goal for Norwich. 89-20 on the clock. I'm about to see the Rotherham goal. I think Lewis Wing, free kick into the corner. What a big goal for Rotherham. Now, don't concede, Rotherham, for goodness sakes. They scored on 86. Sky are behind us with the as it stands table. Oh, goodness me. We might get a fun last game of the season, last round of the season. Anyway, well done, Rotherham. Goodness me, nervy stuff. But still, remember, a Derby goal will relegate Sheffield Wednesday and Wycombe. If Rotherham can stay level, they are not affected by whatever Derby do here. Roberts, huge clearance down the ground. And we are into stoppage time. 4 minutes stoppage time at Swansea. It's Swansea 2, Derby 1. Swansea 2, Derby 1. As things stand, everybody can still catch Derby going into the last game of the season. Remember, Rotherham as well, if they could beat Luton, could actually go past Derby on Tuesday as things stand. I'm just laying out everything that could possibly happen. We're going to get a sub for Swansea. Cooper is going to come on to see if they can defend this lead. Here comes Grimes down the right-hand side. Throw in to Derby. Oh, goodness me. Agonising. Got any nails left? They're all still in it. Thank you, Matt. Wycombe at Borough. Rotherham at Cardiff after midweek in Luton. Rotherham come close twice. Imagine Rotherham could get a winner. Oh, goodness me. Jamal Lowe's coming off. Brandon Cooper is coming on. The clock is ticking down. We haven't done a time check yet, have we? Let me just see if SofaScore's up to date on all of these games. They all appear to be in the last minutes, apart from Wycombe down the bottom there. Looked like Hurst went close for Rotherham. Twice. Oh, he should score that second one, shouldn't he? My God. Burton 1, Gillingham 1, late equaliser for Burton. So we're into stoppage time at Birmingham, 90 at Brentford, 90 at Huddersfield, 90 at Luton, 89 Millwall, stoppage time at Norwich, stoppage time at Preston, stoppage time at Rotherham. Obviously, in this one, we're watching 92:15 on the clock, and none of the others particularly affect everything. Brighton 2, Leeds 0 full time in the Premier League. All eyes here on Swansea, who are leading 2-1 against Derby, and potentially we have a really good fun, not if you're a fan of any of these teams, but a very good fun last game of the season. And fair dues to Wickham as well, to take it to the last game when they lost 7 on the trot, 1 win in 17 as well. Right, here comes a long throw-in. Plymouth 1, Sunderland 3 in League One. Edmondson is going to stick this throw-in into the box. Here it comes. Derby desperately need a goal. Cleared away. O'Cooper tries to grab it. Forsyth wins it. Northampton 0, Blackpool 3. Northampton are relegated from League One. I think that's nailed on now here. Lawrence, left-hand side. 35 seconds of minimum stoppage time remain. All eyes on Swansea. Forsyth crosses in, headed out to the edge of the box here. Knight, touch, 20 seconds of remaining stoppage time left. Back it goes to Shinnie. They just need to stick it in the box. Birmingham 0, Cardiff 4. Full time. Big win for Cardiff. Shinnie puts it in, looking for Kasim Richards. Heads it on. Woodman has got it. And that is probably going to be that. Kasim Richards looks a bit crestfallen. He flicked it on. Woodman has grabbed the ball and fallen on top of it. I suspect he boots this down the ground now, and Derby defeat will be confirmed. Here it comes. Woodman kicks it down the ground. We are still playing. We are over the minimum stoppage time. And the ball's lobbed at goal there by O'Cooper. It's actually a chance for Swansea. And it is all over. Ouch, ouch, ouch for Derby. They have lost 2-1 here at Swansea. Oh, my goodness me. It's going to go to the last day of the season. We are still playing, though, in a couple of really, really important games, namely Rotherham. Rotherham are still going, aren't they? No final score full-time in from that one just yet. But huge defeat here for Derby. Rooney goes and congratulates the Swansea players and fist bumps with the referee. But, oh dear, let's get the timings up here. So we should be getting some full times in our championship games. Potentially we could have goals of huge magnitude, potentially at Peterborough. Oh, have Peterborough got a penalty? You are kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. Someone tell me that's true. Have Peterborough got a penalty, which if they score, they'll be promoted 94-41. If that's true, they've gone to Peterborough. Oh, my goodness me. So Peterborough have a penalty for promotion. It's just hoofed forward into the box. And what happens? It's a really dodgy one as well. Oh, my God. It's like trying to do a Zidane turn there. Backs into the opponent and goes down. Oh, it's Johnson, Clark, Harris now. All eyes on Peterborough. A penalty for promotion for Peterborough. Promotion to the championship. They're way, way into stoppage time here. Let me know your thoughts on that. Penalty scored! Oh, the Peterborough players, they've come back from 3-0 down. Clark Harris has gone absolutely mental and pulled his top off and his GPS off. All the subs are on the pitch. Peterborough are going to be promoted to the championship. Absolute scenes at Peterborough. Absolute drama. Unbelievable. Is Rotherham still going? We're getting full times through. That is incredible. Was it even a penalty? My God, was it even a penalty? Unbelievable. Peterborough coming back. Absolute carnage in Poshland. They were 3-0 down and they've drawn 3-3 and they're going to be promoted to the championship. I'm going to get another look. I'm sorry, it's never a penalty either. I don't know who the player is who's gone down. Sorry. Charlton have equalised very, very late. Just like does a kind of Zidane type turn, backs into the opponent and just throws himself down. Did not look like a penalty. I need to see a closer replay. Oh, my goodness me. And Clark Harris puts the penalty in. My God. Well, congratulations, Peterborough, going to be joining Hull in promotion to the Championship. What is going on? Rotherham still going, Wycombe still going, and the Championship is still going down to the final day. By God. Blackburn missed the sitter, have they? Oh, my goodness me. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Full time at Peterborough. Congratulations to Peterborough and the posh fans. They are promoted to the Championship. They'd convinced us it was going to the final day. There are the Peterborough players celebrating. That's worth a round of applause. Coming back from 3-0 down to draw 3-3 with a highly dubious looking 95th minute penalty. Peterborough have done it. Well done, Peterborough. Rotherham last free kick into the box. What is going to happen? I think surely we're all done. Surely we are all done now. Rotherham 1, Blackburn 1, full time. Has Wycombe leading against Bournemouth? Has that gone? Has that gone through as a full time? We'll be able to. Do you know what? Screw it. Let's just go straight to the Championship live league table. Congratulations to Norwich. They are champions. Watford guaranteed. Now they are going to finish in second position. Brentford are now guaranteed to finish in third. So they will be playing at home in the first leg of their playoff. Bournemouth are still going, but it's looking likely now that it's going to be Brentford versus either Bournemouth or Barnsley. I think we can count a playoff semi-final out between, in fact, that cannot happen. I don't think, well, goal difference. I think we can count out a Brentford versus Swansea playoff semi-final, a repeat of last season. That would have been Reading are still in seventh. Cardiff close up. QPR close up. Only Cardiff can catch Reading in seventh place now. Rangers 9th, Borough 10th, Millwall 11th, Luton 12th, Preston 13th, Stoke 14th, Blackburn 15, Forest 16, Coventry 17. And then we're going into this bottom 7 here. Birmingham, or bottom 8. Birmingham 18, Bristol City 19, Bolton 1, Exeter 2. Does that affect promotion in League 2? Someone who's more across that, let me know. Huddersfield are safe. Well done, Carlos Corberon. First season in there. Huddersfield are safe. They cannot be caught by any of the bottom 3. So Derby are still in the shtuck, and we do have ground zero next week. Derby versus Sheffield Wednesday next week. Oh my goodness me. Remember, Rotherham play on Tuesday. If Rotherham were to beat Luton on Tuesday, looking at that goal difference, minus 16 for Rotherham, minus 22, Rotherham would leave the bottom 3 before round 46. And then Wednesday and Derby would be duking it out against each other to try and catch them. Oh, my goodness me. Could be a really good one next week. We're still awaiting full time at Wycombe. Still awaiting full time there. I don't know what minute they are on. Let me see if I can get a clock up. 94 and 25 seconds gone at Wycombe. Wycombe are leading, and fair play to Wycombe, who were miles adrift at one point in this season. I think it's something like 12 with about a couple of months to go. And look at that, Wycombe, incredible. 33, unfortunately, on the goal difference, but they are taking it to the last day of the season. Oh, my goodness me. We're just waiting for full time. Anyone? So what does it mean for Bolton? What does it mean for Bolton? Forgive me. What's my watch along next week? I wonder. Hey, I wonder. I think we'll be glued to Derby versus Sheffield Wednesday and whoever Rotherham have got. I'm not going to be doing Rotherham Luton on Tuesday. I've got to be covering Ipswich, unfortunately, but maybe we'll have a word as it's such a big game and we can possibly get somebody else to cover that one. Oh, my goodness me. 40 points for Wycombe. They would have taken that at the start of the season. Potentially could get 43. Their game is still live, though, isn't it? Wycombe, we don't want to speak too soon because obviously if Bournemouth score, and those people who think I tempt fate, if Bournemouth score, Wycombe will be relegated if Bournemouth were to get a late equaliser. Alan, thank you. Wycombe 1, Bournemouth 0. Well done, Wycombe. Another win. They have to duke out with Cambridge and Morecambe for automatic. Also gives Exeter a chance of yet another playoff finish. Thank you, Alan. Oh, my goodness me. Right, Championship live league table. If I hit refresh on that, we should have Wycombe through as a full-time. So have a look at the bottom of the table, guys. 40, 40, 40, 43. Derby, what is it, 6 straight defeats now? I think it is. Rotherham have finally got a point. Look at the snail's pace down the bottom there. Rotherham and Derby in their last 10 games between them, out of a potential 30 points, have got 1 point, 21st and 22nd. Incredible down there. Oh, my goodness me. So next week, it's going to be good. It's really, really going to be good. Minus 33 on Wycombe's goal difference. Minus 21 for Sheffield Wednesday. Minus 16 only for Rotherham. Minus 22 for Derby. Oh, goodness me. I mean, look, Wycombe are down all bar the shouting, but they've had a really good crack at this. But we can't mathematically say that they are down until next week. Oh, my goodness me. I think that sums it up. There you go, Matt. I think I'll have to go down and lay in a dark room now. 100%. Thank you for joining me on the Super Stream. Let me know if you want a shout out. Incredible. We thought it was all done when Lawrence scored for Derby and there was going to be nothing going on. Get your shout out requests in and we'll do them just before we go. Thank you as ever to David, who sponsors the Saturday Super Stream. Fan of the channel, happy to support great content. Congratulations, of course, to Norwich. Norwich are champions. Congratulations to Ivan Toney, 30 goals. Congratulations to Peterborough, who are promoted into the championship. Real quick last-minute plug before we do the shout outs to end the show. Cardsplug.com. Go and get one of these bad boys. Cardsplug.com/Bloom. Go in the secret entrance. Enter discount code Bloom at checkout. Let's do some shout outs and then I need a rest. For goodness sake, John, Alfie, someone's dog, Jim, scenes at Hull and Wycombe. Wycombe need to win by 10. 10 more goals. Very unlikely. But hey, we go by the maths rule here. If it's mathematically possible, we can't say it. Thank you, QPR, forever. Cheers, legend. Well done. Kieran, Liam, brilliant. Nat, spare a thought for me today. Another loss. Absolutely. Cheers to AJ and Kenny and Dan. What else have we got here? Jonathan, thank you. Get the wine in for Derby Wednesday. Championship watch along next week. Oh, yes. We will be there. Cheers to Leeds 2021. And David, tell Forrest about maths. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And it is a big over and out from me. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button to see more videos from this channel. Hit the subscribe button and to be notified every time we upload. Ring the bell for those notifications to come through on your device. If you really want to support the channel and me as a content creator, I will be eternally grateful if you head over to the merch store and grab something, or support over on Patreon, patreon.com/Benjamin Bloom. Thank you for your time. Go and watch another video.